Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you always with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the blessings from the universe. And with that said, happy Thanksgiving, or however you may look at it in your world. And it was on my mind that I wanted to do something tonight, and I realized earlier that, um, well, let me start over by saying hi to everybody. Al, if you're still out there, Teresa, thanks for the call. Sarah, how are you? And Ian, blessings to all of y'all. And with with all the dark times that have a tendency to surround us, um, and with all the energy waves and the convergences and all the stuff that's going on cosmically, on a day-to-day basis, some of us have more family than not. And and I'm always looking for things to discuss and topics for, to have conversation with y'all, like I ever have a problem looking for a conversation, right? But I didn't necessarily want to do a topic, but this idea of family. So here recently, um, my situation here at the house and me being, over 68 now. And trust me, I'm not trying to give up. This is not where I'm going. But when you reach my age, you start looking at things otherwise. Like, there are certain things that, it could happen to anybody at any age. God bless Brian, recently, our dear brother who's passed. But, I've had some other friends here recently who've gotten very sick, and some of them have passed. And I still haven't heard from one friend of mine. And I'm seriously, concerned that, she may have passed on. And, no family or anyone has notified me. And I thought, she was sort of my backup as far as I don't have any family around here. And then I started thinking, well, wait a minute, but I do have family around here, but they're not family. Like you are my family. You're my soul family, the cosmic family, right? We're all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, etc. But I was thinking about it, and there's some folks that I have just known, I guess you would say recently, within the last 4, 5, 6 years, versus people that I've known for a long time. And these folks have become, very dear to me. In fact, these same folks literally pulled up in my yard and said, hey, you're coming over and having Thanksgiving dinner with us this evening. And I was like, I was a little hesitant. Well, I don't know. I don't want to impose on your family. And I was like, the guy drove over here to pick me up to go eat with his family and share Thanksgiving. And I was perfectly all right. And, I have spent a bunch of Thanksgivings by myself. And to me, it's just another day. And in fact, in times past, I've actually fasted on Thanksgiving so that someone else somewhere would have something to eat. But anyway, this time I was like, I wasn't one way or the other. But when they showed up in my yard going, come on, get some drawers on. You're going to come eat with us. I was like, okay, yeah, all right. I could be old and crotchety and everything. So I went over and had dinner with these fine folk. And I did them a favor about 2 years back. Not that I'm looking for favors, but their son was there and the mother was there and the this and the that and Granny was there and everything. And I'd had some interaction with his mother and his brother, but not the rest of the family. He's got two lovely, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old daughter and a 4-month-old son. So, but anyway, so here's Grandpa Dave, Uncle Dave, I'm saying, Mr. Dave, So I get right down with these kids and we're out in the yard playing Frisbee. Now, I'm 68 years old running after Frisbees and I'm paying for it right this minute. But I want to tell you, whatever the amount of pain is that I'm in right now, having a chance to go I can't play with my own grandchildren or great grandchildren. I have a great granddaughter, but the chances of me ever seeing her are slim to none. Anyway, So this isn't about a complaint about my quote family, but there's been some other things that I've watched and listened to and read and things here lately, and about what really is family. You know, and in my own personage, I'm thinking to myself, family is blood. So when I built this house and got this property and everything, my intention was that, and it still is, but if any of my family members need a place to stay, they can come. Well, my daughter's been homeless several times, didn't take me up on it. My granddaughter was homeless and didn't take me up on it. My grandson, who was having issues and stuff, offered him a place, and that if he would come, he could have the place when I was gone. None of them have taken me up on this, right? Now, I'm not putting them down. They've got their own lives. But my plan, what I thought would be good for my quote family, they don't give a rat's patootie about it. So now these folks that I know around here who have become a part of my family, who come over and check on me, who come over and say, hey, get your drawers on and come on and let's go have some dinner, you know. And I think to myself, now, is true family blood family? Or is true family like us? So this Thanksgiving, my thanks is that regardless of blood, there is a family out here where there is a family. And earlier I was like, well, I'm going to do a Thanksgiving show. And I was like, well, but I don't really have a topic. And I don't want to do anything heavy, nerdy, blah, you know, whatever. Not tonight. You know, let's just try to keep it somewhere. And then in having talked with TD in here, you know, and earlier on the phone, and I was like, you know, it is necessary. So I can say hi to y'all, but also so that y'all can say hi to each other, you know? And because we are family as well. We are that cosmic family. And so it's sort of like, you know, hey, I got coffee and I got a cigarette, I got a bowl. Hey, so in your respective places, you know, hey, let's, you know, tip one up. Hey, Delaney, how are you? Did I miss anybody? Sarah, Teresa, Ian, Teresa. Yeah, I see you there. You know, I'm kidding. But anyway, no, I love you all. I do. And I was thinking earlier, to be selfish, it was like, well, if I do a video tonight, is it for selfish reasons? You know, seriously, you know, do I want y'all to talk to me or hang out with me? Or, and I know it sounds stupid, but in this lovely two young ladies who I had the pleasure of playing with this afternoon after eating some absolutely wonderful, you know, Southern traditional stuff here, and turkey and gravy and the fixins and stuff. Very nice, yum yum. And they sent me a big plate home. And one thing I didn't get, though, my fault, was to get a piece of pie. Anyway, they had pumpkin and pecan, and I was like, but I really wanted sweet tater. We'll get into that another time. I'm kidding. But anyway, so with that said, though, being accepted into someone else's family and to literally feel part of it, like his little girls, you know, I know I'm an adorable old man and I'm funny and I tell little jokes and get the kids to laugh. And I know at my age, I still know how to play. I've never really grown up in that. So, but I get to live vicariously my granddaughter through his granddaughters, his daughters. Now they're absolutely no relation. They just live down the road. And, but the wonderful thing is that we can share and have a good time. And Mama was out there watching me playing Frisbee with, you know, her kids, and that it was they were just absolutely delightful. Took Duggar over and they got to pet him and he got out of the truck. And I made him stay in the truck mostly because they have chickens running around the yard and a couple of cats, and he's not that well trained. So they wanted to feed him and they wanted to pet him and they wanted to say goodbye to him and do all those types of things to a hermit who lives by himself most of the time. That was some cherished moments this evening. And so that's something to be thankful for, you know, in my opinion. Are they my blood relatives? No. are they young children from someone, a family that I know and I've learned to respect, and they respect me. Thank you, thank you. And so in that I say, family is everywhere. Family is people connecting. Family is reaching out and say, hey, we got enough. Get your butt over here. Put your drawers on. I had shorts on versus, so, put some pants on and come over and eat with us. It's already done. They're waiting on, they're probably already eaten, but come on. So versus argue and say, nah, I'll stay home, which would have been at another time well, I'll just stay here at the house and it's okay, but thank you for the invitation. This time I was like, put your pants on, Hawkeye, get your ass up and go. And so then I had that delightful pleasure of being able to play with those grandchildren. Well, they're my grandchildren. I adopted them, so whether they like it or not, And I even told the youngest, I said, you're as old as my great granddaughter. So I'm good. I pick you. And I was kidding with the older one, and you too, the two of you could be my granddaughters, So, but in that tickling and having fun and playing frisbee out in the yard and running and chasing, and it's like being able to, I feel like I'm 50 again. Now that's an inside joke because I'm 68, but oh my God, I felt like I was 50 again. So it's funny to me. Anyway, I laughed about it before it came on. I was like, I feel like I'm 50 again. My back feels like I'm 110 at the moment, but I wouldn't, for the pain I'm suffering through right now, don't care. I don't care. It is a most lovely pain that I can associate with playing with, grandchildren, even though they're not mine, you know what I mean? But to be able, those two girls took to me, and I was like, wow, Mr. Dave, Grandpa Dave, Uncle Dave, and I've got lots of folks that I know down here in South Georgia, especially when I traveled around doing puppets and things, that Mr. Dave and Uncle Dave, there were times when family members, and they'd say, well, Uncle Dave's here, oh, hey, Uncle Dave, come on in, tell us a story, blah, 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 come eat with us or whatever. And I'm always humbled by it. And these last couple of years, I guess maybe I've been a little bit too reluctant to go anywhere, or to go, well, their family, they don't really want me. And even though I know them and stuff, I'd always come up with a reason or an excuse not to go. And today, this year, in all of my thought process before, I was like, yep, I'm going to go. Because of all the things you and I have been talking about, all y'all out there now. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Blessings and cosmic hugs. That each and every moment of each and every day, there is the opportunity to become a part of something, to change something, to be something, to do something, right? So the choice could have been stay home or to go over there and eat and socialize. And the other thing was, for me too, it's the joy of being able to play. I play with the dog, but that's not the same thing. But little children's running around asking questions and wanting to play ball and here, have a tangerine, Mr. Dave, and just stuff. Help me ride my bicycle. Let's, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, getting strange messages. Something's running in the background. But anyway, so with all of that said, though, we those of us in the shaman trade, if you will, we look at things we try to look at them in a higher sense. So in one sense, I could weep and I've done this in the past. So, been there, done that. Well, it's Thanksgiving. Nobody invited me. Well, my family hadn't called. Oh, whoa, boo-hoo is me, right? And I'm by myself and I don't have any place to go and I feel out of place. And well, then I changed that to, well, I'm going to stay home on purpose. And then I'm going to meditate and I'm going to fast. And a lot of times I just have like a sandwich for the whole day. And that was my Thanksgiving. because it wasn't that I was trying to be against it. One person before Duggar, the ham sandwich or whatever, might have been it. And I made myself be comfortable with that as my offering to the universe, as it will, if you will. So it was my gift back to the universe to not eat. But there's also, though, in the sharing of the meal, which I fully understand. So this time around, though, so much has changed in this last year to where Thanksgiving to me meant something different. It meant, regardless of the family that I was with, to go share it. And so it wasn't that I just went over there to, to mooch off of them for dinner, which was very good and a nice plate home, but to finally meet his wife, which I haven't done. And but I already met his mother and brother, so I hadn't met Granny, and I hadn't met his children. So to be, and she knew all about me. She was like, Mr. Davis, so good to finally meet you, Well, she was pregnant. She's got kids. So, the opportunity for us to get together has been slim. So, but now it's like, now we've become this little family, even though she's known me through her husband and anyway, mother-in-law kind of thing. So, and to just be accepted, come on in, here's some tea, here's a plate, wonderful. Now, there are a lot of people who are lonely on a day like this. And I look back in my past and I go, for many years, I sat around and just thought, well, nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. I guess I'll just eat some worms, And that, well, then I changed that, like I said, to, well, I'll make Thanksgiving my sacrifice to the universe. But lately, that has sort of changed in that to be able to share energy, especially with the youngins, to share energy on a personal level. And I just got to say, for all of us that were there, nobody had a dadgum mask on. Granny was sitting right beside me. I mean, shoulder to armpit kind of thing. Well, and she's got oxygen in and she's just eating away. She ate me and she's half my size, but and nobody there was worried about, oh, we're all going to die from COVID or something. Just wanted to point that out. And it felt very natural and homey and country. And even though it was warm outside and skeeters, it felt like Thanksgiving because we all gave thanks for that meal and for all of these folks to come together. So, I say this is our Thanksgiving dinner right now. If y'all haven't eaten yet. But maybe I'll fast tomorrow or Saturday. But, this time around, I was like, no, I feel like personally, there are lots of times I go without on purpose, I think today will just be sort of a fast day. And, I'm going to let that go out to the universe, to those hungry people. I'm going to feel like and I know what it's like to be hungry. And it's not a good feeling. So, but it's also to be overstuffed with food and to be a glutton on a day when I know there are people out there that may not have a meal at all. So, but so for the last 10 years, I've been solo on the Thanksgiving, right? So I changed this time around because the universe is changing. These folks are nearby. They've been my neighbors for years. I've known them in and out. I know the husband, and now I know the rest of the family, and they know me as well. So in this neighborliness, when you need to depend upon somebody, God bless, Rob for coming over, because after that Hurricane Michael, I had 2 trees down in my driveway. He came over with a friend of his and they had my driveway cleared so they could get to see if I was okay. And, you just can't, there's that kind of sentiment with people. You just can't, there's no monetary value to that, And so hanging out with y'all and chatting and sharing and whatever, money can't buy this, There are many times, Michelle and, oh, hey, big little Mew, I'm thankful wait, I got to put glasses on for this. We are all connected. Yes, Michelle, a lot of change in this year. Yep. And there are parts of me that want to say this has been one of the crappiest years because of so many friends of mine that have died, along with Brian and some other folks. And it's like, well, you know, maybe these folks were just destined to go on before us for whatever reason. But, it has also brought home to me that a lot of people that I was close with over the years, they are not here anymore. And so it's like, so need to establish a better base of something. If something happened to me, nobody would know to contact anyone. There's nobody, the police would go, okay, who do we call? The Ghostbusters. Because I'd probably hang around here for a while. But with that said, but anyways, it also made me realize that there are things that I've put off over the years that I just need to take care of. Not that I'm worried about dying tomorrow, the next thing. That's not the point. But so many weird things have happened recently with friends of mine that it's like, what if one of those situations happened to me? No one would know what to do or where I'm going or who to even call. My daughter, nobody would know. So it's like, now that's just not being very bright. You know what I'm saying? So in that, it has brought that to light to where I need to, the friends that were what I call my backup, they ain't here no more. So it's like, So anyway, hey, Mossy Man. No email. Okay. You faced the fear and you opened up to it and gave of yourself. If you're talking about me, thank you, Ian. I'm thankful my mom asked for help this time. Yes, always putting herself on the back burner. She does everything for everyone else. Yep. So, but anyway, and sort of looking back on this last year, people getting cancer, folks, friends of mine dying and passing on, and the situation of the I guess you would say the universe. I could spend this day and go look at all the crap that has happened to us collectively. And I know there are several of you who are having your own personal issues and family and stuff. That's my point. And so we've all had a bunch of trash to wade through this year. But in my looking at things, I'm like, with all the garbage that's going on, me and Duggar are still here. Me and y'all are still here, most of us, right? And we're most of us have made it. We're still here and can chat. So regardless of what has happened, we're still here. And that in itself, I'm like, yippee, yi right? The older I get, it's like every day's in the plus column for me, right? So but I think recently, more so than any other time in my life, hey, BLT, how are you? Oh, Sun, how are you? Happy day to all y'all. And if you've had your Pepto-Bismol or your Rolaids or whatever, and that you didn't eat too much, I was very conservative because I didn't want to be like over bloated, right? Which is easy to do with good food. But so lots of things we can say were for crap for us. But at the same time, we can also say, regardless of the crap, we're still here. We made it through this far, and a lot of things are changing. Yes, they are. There's supposed to be a big convergence coming up on December the 21st. Now, I don't want to belittle this. I really don't. But it seems like every December there's something going on. Just saying. Well, there's another something coming in. But I know things are lining up. But every year there's some kind of something lining up. Every day things line up. So if we wait on a particular day, now the 21st is supposed to be special, and I'm not trying to belittle it, really. But every day should be special to us. The fact that we're still here, if I wake up tomorrow, I'm like, Yahoo, Now, what I get done, or if I get anything done, that's not necessarily the point. I'm still here. I have the opportunity to do something. I have the opportunity to do a video or to hang out with kids or maybe talk with somebody on the phone that's having some issues or whatever it may be. I'm still here. And I find it of value that I'm still here, but I find it that other people are glad that I'm still here. Like y'all, thank you. And I'm humbled by that. So it gives me courage to continue despite the pain, despite the old age, to say, I ain't giving up. I'm thankful for the fact that I'm still here and that I still have a little bit of wit about me. Not so much yesterday, let me tell you. But anyway, but today, doing pretty well, having conversation, played with the grandkids. And the fact that I'm, elated spiritually by having hung out with folks and by this higher sense of community, if you will. Now, I always feel that our community and the Soul Tribe, that we're always there. And I'm always sending prayers out to you guys at the strangest times. You just wouldn't believe. If I wrote down all the times I had thoughts about y'all at various points and things and stuff, you just go, what? Yeah, it would take me all day just to write this shit down. But anyway, okay, it's almost been 30 minutes. So coffee break. Here's to Bob. Thank you, Bob. It's been pretty fair with the internet. Thank you so much. Here's to YouTube. Let's tell them that thank you for having us and not throwing us out. I'm going to light up this halfway cigarette. There's some stuff I want to bring up, but not necessarily tonight. But I'm going to give you just sort of an overview of a few things that I got coming up that I would like to discuss with you all. And it has to do with card readings, types of cards, things to be aware of, things that you might not necessarily be aware of, and that maybe you should be. And some things that some folks try to pawn on other people about card readings and so forth. There are things we need to be careful of. And so not going to go into it tonight, but it's coming very soon. Just didn't think heavy stuff should be on the table tonight. So, and my coffee is half on, so it's even lighter than normal. Anyway, heavy stuff on the table. Never mind. But the idea of the convergence spiritually as a family, when to me, I've understood this now for quite some time, but there's still things that still come in. I'm still learning, It's not like, well, I've reached this plateau. And there's been times where, each of us will reach a certain spiritual plateau. And it may not feel like you're learning anything at the time, but your body and your system and your psyche and everything is going over that which has already happened. So you're sort of like a cow, you're chewing your cud and you're letting this stuff, take effect, if you will. So then later on, all of a sudden, the slightest thing can bump that plateau up another, well, this theoretically speaking, another 1,000 foot. You go, whoa, I thought this plateau was cool. But then all of a sudden, because of all the knowledge you've been accumulating, and you say, well, I've kind of leveled out here, and this is kind of groovy. I'm humming along. Everything's okay. Then all of a sudden, ba-dunk. It's because the things that you've learned while living on that plateau has bumped you to a higher level. Now, it could only be 1 inch. It could be 2 foot. It could be 1,000 foot. But in your own perception, you will notice that there's a difference. It's like, whoa. And you can't go back because this feeling is a conglomeration and collection of learnings and teachings that you and your soul and your spirit are learning in this life and remembering things from the past. And so that in this collective collage of garbage, you say, oh, and it's all going on subconsciously in that part of the brain that's always going. So it all of a sudden it reaches a collective, it's sort of like a capacitor. When it reaches a certain amount of electricity, it goes drink, So in that, but the feeling that we can have mundane things in our life quiet that spirit part of us. But for me to be able to go over and play with the grandchildren, I know I've already adopted them, that I could go over and play with the grandchildren and feel this spiritual connection with little children again, and that kind of thing. Because puppeteering and storytelling and hanging out with the kids and teaching them things, that was my life for a long time. So since I've gotten stagnated and stuck in one place, maybe this is a new rebirth for me in that, maybe I'll try to get out a little more. Maybe I'll get out the puppets and I'll go over there one day and tell them a couple of stories, and that'll get my creative going, and that'll get, that'll teach them and show them and get giggles and laughter out of them too, and so that's all goodness to me in the universe. So regardless of how we think things have been, regardless of whether or not we feel like we have reached a certain plateau and our spirituality or whatever doesn't seem like it's going any further, remember that all of these things are being recorded by your subconscious. It's already there. So when we go have these aha moments, we take advantage of them, or at least we should. And we should say, listen, everybody, and for every little aha moment that I have, interesting enough for me, I also feel more humble because I learned it. And I was like, oh man, I thought I had this down, but for some reason I had a bump in that plateau. So to me, I shall always be a shaman in training. And because of that, because I'm always expecting to learn a little bit more, and I continue to collect knowledge and things and stuff, and that at some point there'll be enough and there'll be this aha moment and I will have reached another plateau. Like I said, it could only be like that much, but you can feel it, you can sense it. It becomes a part of your being if you're really trying to be in tune to that kind of thing. So now that's the other side of the coin. There are a lot of people that I notice in other chat rooms and, lurking in the background. I could almost be a troll in a way, but I try my best to just stay out of certain conversations, And it's like, for example, in the spiritual realm, there are people who are saying, oh, I'm going to channel this entity and whatever, and I'm going to do some kind of ritual so that me and this entity will be bound together and stuff. Wrong. No, no. Unbind your, never, because here's the whole thing. And I said this in another video, not to, but that we are already spiritual beings. All we have to do is listen to our higher self. We don't have to discuss anything with any other entity, and nor should there ever be any kind of binding of any ritual to some critter out there in the universe. Just saying. And so there are people who think they need that, and that it's like, well, then you haven't really learned anything on your spiritual journey, because you're looking for a crutch. You're looking for some kind of tool to give you a shortcut. And it's like, no, that's not it. No, there are, here's another subject for another night, but I'm going to toss that out there. In that there are things that are there's forbidden knowledge, for example. And it's forbidden for a dang reason, okay? Now, but now I'm guilty of this, especially in my youth. It's forbidden. Why? I want to know why, and I want to delve into it. And then when I started diving into it, I was like, whoa, now I know why this is forbidden. This is not for me. Now, there are other people who think that stuff is cool as, and off they go, and spell casting and this thing and that thing and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, not for me. but the spiritualness of things I know is there, but I don't want to go over in that direction, So for personally, but I'm in the older I get, I understand. It's not that I understand it more. That's sort of a more than what. It's that I really get it more. It's not that I understand it more, but the feeling inside me is just even stronger than before. And it's like, don't go there. Now it's like, really don't go there. Please, warning, warning, don't go there. Warning, Will Robinson. So, but there are things in this world now that are trying to take advantage of you and me in our spiritual beings. They're trying to hijack us. And so on this Thanksgiving night, I say, let's be thankful that most of us still have our wits about us, and that most of us are still on I say the right path, in that, the path of light. Anything that requires spells or incantations or stuff like that is not necessarily, for me, way out of whack. But ain't going into it, but it is that we need to be aware of these things and make sure. Well, I'm not sure about that. Then don't do it. Well, but it's, I'm curious about it. Yeah, well, I'm curious as to, how a snake bite would feel, but it doesn't mean I'm going to stick my hand in a bag full of snakes to get bit. I'm curious about what it would feel like to get eaten by a crocodile. Don't want to go there. Anyway, strange feelings, right? But I mean, what if I was eaten by a crocodile? What I'm going to wonder what that would feel like. Anyway, and alligators don't usually eat people, although they will. So I've seen alligators on the river that are as long as my canoe or kayak. My canoe's 17 foot. That's a big one, but 10 foot easy. But anyway, but to the point, you think to yourself, oh my God, I could be scared. I could be eaten. Anyway, be thankful that I haven't been, right? Be thankful. I don't know what that feels like and don't really care to, But in this idea of, so does somebody say, well, the knowledge about feeling what it's like to get eaten by a crocodile, that's forbidden knowledge. Why is it forbidden? Because, if you really go into it, there's bone crunching, there's screaming and tail, it hurts like hell, and then you die. But, okay. So some forbidden knowledge is forbidden because somebody at some point said, this really shouldn't be out in general public. So then people say, well, why you're hiding it? What's hidden now, right? You don't want us to know. That's not it. That's not it. Now, let me also explain this. The Vatican's been hiding stuff for years. You've heard me talk about Sister Helene and the things she taught me in 1970 and so forth. And in that, there are things hidden by the church that should have been out there. Hidden is not forbidden. Okay. They forbid it because they just don't want you to hear it. But now there is some knowledge out there in the satanic realm and the devil's Bible and all that kind of stuff that, and I really dove into this back in the late 60s and early 70s. So it's not like I'm talking out of track with this, but I realize that ain't the place to go. That is, of all things, stay away from there. So, so I'm thankful that I've learned those lessons. And I'm thankful still that I see these things and these warning signs. And I'm here, to make sure, if you've got any questions about this, quote, forbidden knowledge, maybe it's forbidden for a really good reason. Not because Joe Schmo says, well, we just ain't going to tell you. Maybe there were some really smart people who said, this stuff here is going to get you in trouble. So we're going to call it forbidden knowledge to save people's souls. And you go, well, it's my choice. Yes, it is. So, but we need to understand what was forbidden may have had a really good reason why it was forbidden. Because it could get your ass in trouble and your spirit and the rest of you and other people and, stuff rolls downhill. So in this time to be thankful, we should be thankful that there are people out there who not only will talk about it, and I'm like, it's their bag, but there are folks like me who will say, be careful. Now, do I know exactly what I'm talking about? To me, I do. And so I would warn you in that in this time of all this confusion, conjunctions, and all this stuff, we need to stick with what we basically know and not be branching off into strange areas. Because if we do, we may not be so thankful in another month. We may be going, "Oh, holy crap! What did I do? Did I fall for something? Did I go into this because of my curiosity?" And, the idea of the curiosity killed the cat. So, you could look in an item and go, that's interesting. But then ask your higher self without making some deal with some entity you have no idea where they're from. Trust yourself, not anybody else. Don't trust your friend's guardian angel, trust your guardian angel, your spirit guide, not somebody else's. And I've given some suggestions over in previous videos on how you can test your higher self and whether or not you're right on the money and stuff like that. Like today, I had this dream that, somebody was going to come over and ask me for Thanksgiving. And I woke up and thought, that was strange. I don't really know anybody. And then, like 20 minutes later, Bob shows up, and I'm like, we want to invite you to supper tonight. Okay. We went for a walk down in the woods looking for deer signs because him and his dad would like to hunt a deer and share it with all of us, put it in the freezer. And there's enough of us that, that'd be good. And the state of Georgia is up the bag limit on does this year, because there's an overpopulation of the deer at the moment. So, fewer people been hunting, and there's a lot more of them out there, and there's some big ones out there too. So it's like, okay, why not? Well, I can't eat a deer by myself. Of course, I guess me and Duggar could, but to share it with, family and friends and neighbors kind of thing, now that's a different story. I'll help you clean the deer and skin it and everything, and we'll cut it up and butcher it, and we'll do, and then we'll share it. That sounds like a good deal to me. Plus, there's, like I say, the state of Georgia has determined there's too many deer this year. So, is it the killing of an animal, a wild animal, and all that kind of stuff, or is it the honest to God, especially now that there are so many deer? We really do need to control the population. So it's like, well, and it's a free meal. Now cleaning a deer to some people, it's some nasty work when you open up the guts and stuff. It's really nasty. But if you've ever cleaned fish, it's just on a bigger scale. No pun intended. But okay, pun intended. But the idea, though, that, there are those of us who know how to do it. I would rather not. But at the same time, to have a good, to deer hunt for the sake of all of us, without regard to putting a trophy on the wall, that's not a bad thing, in my opinion, And I know Bob and I, we would do it most respectfully. And so there's honor in that as well. So, but anyway, but in that, I'm thankful for, I guess, maybe the overpopulation of deer and the fact that we might take one or two this year out of necessity for the state, and also to help feed these wonderful, this family. So I'm thankful for that. And in this cosmic understanding of the world, too many deer populations, I've run into a couple of really huge buck, damn near killed me one time, bent my fender. It was like really bad. Thank God, I didn't get hurt too much, but my truck's still suffering the damage. So having an overpopulation of deer out here in the country is not really a good thing, So to help out in that and also have a decent meal, not a bad thing. Anyway, but moving on, but I'm thankful for that. The possibility is there. And me and Doug have been walking down into the woods, and I've been clearing out a trail so we can get down there after all the hurricane damage and stuff. Many of my trails have been blocked off. So, Now that the weather's back, we've been in the woods more often, and which is helpful to me in my old age. I hurt when I get back from the walk, but I also feel great because the weather's changed. The leaves are falling. I'm in the woods, and what's wrong with that, right? So spiritually, I'm thankful for that. Now, here's the other thing. I'm thankful, get this, for my different point of view. And you say, well, Hawkeye, what the hell do you mean by this? What I mean by this is that I can sit on the couch and say, well, I don't know, it's too much trouble to walk down in the woods. And then there's that get your ass up and go for a walk with a dog. Well, but my back hurts. It always hurts. There's never a day or a moment that goes by and my back ain't hurting. So why shouldn't I play frisbee with the grandkids? Why shouldn't I take a walk to the woods with the dog? Why shouldn't I, if I'm going to hurt anyway, why not have a little bit of fun or enjoy it or something? Good point. Because recently, for myself, I've been, man, I don't know if I feel like this. Well, I've made personal excuses. Now, to the point, I really have been hurting. My back really does hurt. But to the point, though, I was giving into it. Okay. Where even the other day, as rough as I was feeling, being the dog went for a 20-minute walk down the property line to look for deer signs and so forth, and to teach him how to be in the woods with me. All of that was good. And although I was a little more hurting when I got back, I loved it for the fact that I got up and did it. I was proud of myself because it's like, regardless of how it hurt, I had a good time. The walk did me good versus the pain. I would have been in pain anyway, but I wouldn't have had the walk in the woods. So I'm thankful for my thought process in that I keep asking, listen, I'm feeling a little cranky today, but y'all help me out up there. What do I need? You need to get up, Hawkeye. You need to get your, lazy ass up. Not that I'm being lazy about this, but in a way I was, because it would cost me too much pain. It's going to hurt me. It's going to hurt me if I sit here in this chair. It's going to hurt me if I, but what would I rather do? I'd rather do something that gives me joy. Even if it's just short term, it gives me joy. It makes me feel better in the long run, regardless of all the crap in the universe and the garbage we have to wade through. I can go out in the woods and commune with the trees and see this and watch, there's still water back there, which is like really interesting, but, proud of that. So I've got a partial swamp still in the backyard, which hasn't been here in quite a while. So I'm really thankful of that. So lots of things. Now there are skeeters, not so much thankful about them, but they come with the water. But all these little things that I could be bitching because my family didn't call and I didn't have this and I don't have that. And Thanksgiving ain't like it used to be. And I used to be able to do this and that. Well, hang on here. So those are all the things I could bitch about. My thought process says, we're not going to go there. I decide whether or not I want to go down this, oh, boo-hoo, woe is me, or to go somewhere else. Not having, thinking I was just going to go over and eat a little bit, go out and see Bob's shop that he's talked about, and look at his, he's got a sawmill and all the big slabs of wood that he's cut and so forth. Some beautiful wood, I got to say. Cypress and some cedar, and I mean big chunks too. And heart pine, oh my goodness. But anyway, so I would not have seen that. I would not, for me, that's enjoyable to see a piece of machinery like that and to see wood cut and to see someone, because I always wanted a portable one of those because of all the trees and stuff I have in my yard. But, old age and situation, he's got one. So it's like, wow, next time you crank it up, I want to come over and just watch. I'll help, just because I've never had a chance to run one of them, right? And I've worked in sawmills and I've worked in all other kinds of, building cabinets or doors or, whatever. and as a carpenter and all this. So, but anyway, but I've never worked like with one of those little sawmills. So, to me, that would be like, wow, I got to do something that all my life I've wanted to do and experience. So I'll go over and help him out just for the plum experience of working it, right? So in all of this stuff, I'm thankful that I could possibly have the opportunity, that now the opportunity is better than it was before. And that had I not made these changes, had I not, decided, get your ass up and go do something, I'd be sitting here bitching about times gone past and why things are, oh, boo hoo, woe is me. Now, what's coming up in the future? We know there's some wavy stuff going on. Years ago, I when one of the first shows with Brian that I did, and blessings to Brian and his mom. We could all send out a nice little prayer to Milky Way's mom, by the way. And we know that I've got friends that have passed on here in this last year, and I know they're all up there hanging out and watching out for us. So we have to trust in that. And understand this too, and I'm sort of getting a word from mine, that there are some folks who, well, wait, let me back up a little bit. Coffee break. The people that we've known in this life, when they pass over, we still know them. Okay. So there may be some folks out there who are like, I miss Brian. Don't get me wrong. But I also know that he ain't gone. He's still around. So I'm thankful that I understand that, and thankful for the times when there kind of sort of feels like he's standing in the room at the moment, but I'm thankful that in our understanding of spiritualism, and if we truly get it, that there is something left over after we leave this body. And I've talked with some folks over the many years, and I've actually witnessed spirits leaving folks' body, have known they were going to die, and then very shortly thereafter they did. It's weird and uncanny and freaky, but to that point. And there are others that I've met over the years who have similar experience with people before they pass or something like that. So, but in this understanding, we should be grateful and thankful that we have this understanding. Now, what we do with it and how we use it, that's one of those, and I hate to use this word, but it is one of those powers of the universe, okay? The power to be able to see things that some other folks may not pay attention to understand things. Now, do I understand what I see sometimes? And I have noted other people, and I go, man, I knew my granny didn't have long before she passed. And, I left Florida on a Sunday and came back up here to Georgia. And by Wednesday, she had passed away. So a similar thing with my adopted mother, Bessie. So with that said, and when I worked in a nursing home, I knew this lady was going to pass. And sure enough, I went back by her room and checking on stuff, and she had gone. And I swear I saw her spirit lift up off that bed. But anyway, so with the many things that have happened, and oh, by the way, let me shout out to a spirit, because at this time of year, back in 1982, I was living in a big house, and this is when the house burned down. And so Mr. Croft, him and his brothers had built that house that I was living in. And I told you about the ghost before. Many of you maybe have heard this story, but I used to sit on the front porch and drink a beer and smoke one, and the rocking chair next to me would be rocking right along with me, and there wouldn't be hardly a breath of air. I'd stop rocking, it would stop rocking. Well, they didn't. The folks that owned the place, when I got thrown in jail for a year, they had 3 families move into that house, and none of them would stay because they said the place was haunted. I got out of jail, and after about being back up here in Georgia for about a month, I was able to rent the house again. My friend said, he says, nobody will live in this house. He said, but whatever is going on, you get along here just fine. I said, well, me and the ghost and the spirits here, we get along. I acknowledge them. And he thought I was nuts. But here's the point, though. It was a couple of days before Thanksgiving. So it's that time of year. And every Thanksgiving, I think about the fire and everything that we lost. But at the same time, I think about that fire and I continue to give thanks for that spirit who manifested himself, shook my foot and said, wake up, the house is on fire. Because I heard him, saw him, and it wasn't I couldn't see through him. He moved my foot, which is what woke me up, and I could hear him. So whether or not anybody else did, that's not the point. The effort that spirit made to make sure that we got out of that house before, and it burnt down, let me tell you. Made out of old pine logs that were all fat lighter. That thing went up. Oh my God. Anyway, but I'm grateful and thankful for the spirit that woke us, for the time that I was able to spend in that house, that we were able to get along, and the afterwards being able to understand the spiritual nature of what happened. He saved us by waking me up. What we lost everything, but that's not the point. We still had our lives. We still had the opportunity. And had the house not burnt down, I might still be living in it. If it hadn't burnt down, I wouldn't have found this place where I'm living now, because there was a small transition period, and then I found this place. So you could say, well, that's sort of synchronicity in and of itself in a way. But, I look at stuff and go, I got mices in here in the house that are like, I had to set more traps. Little buggers are everywhere. Broke into my graham cracker chocolate cookies and ate part of one. Like, what? Just saying. You little bugger. I set a trap. Yeah, it's right underneath the chair. Couldn't believe it. Little chew marks in my cookie. Like, you little bugger. But anyway. But in that, I think back over the years. So I'm grateful, thankful, I'm still here, grateful and thankful that I had the opportunity to stay in that house, meet that spirit, understand it, kind of live with a ghost, as it were. But also, though, to have the opportunity to have found this place and to be able to still be here after all these years. And I'm grateful for that. And for the wisdom, I seem to for every year that I remember the house burning, as tragic and nasty as it was also a transition. It got rid of everything that I brought up from Florida when I moved up here. And it made me start over completely. There was nothing saved from my Tampa days, So lots of differences, lots of changes, but basically that I'm grateful for the whole experience, even though we did lose everything and almost our lives. So, but I'm still grateful, and thankful, still here. So, and I'm giving a shout out to the spirit of Mr. Croft, because I wouldn't be here now had it not been for his effort as a spirit ghost. Things would be different. So anyway, so in this, well, what about today kind of thing? Today is all of my years past brought to this moment. And I have old memories. I've got fresh memories. And I can cry over, the time that, my pops died, the day before Thanksgiving, and back in 1999. And I could say, well, that was a hard and shameful day, or not shameful, but, and the doctors called us and said that, listen, we need to unplug him. And on that Sunday before, Pops told me, he said, unplug me. And 3 days later, well, actually, we waited until the Friday after. So tomorrow will be the anniversary of when we unplugged Pops in 1999. And so it could be a sad moment, but at the same time, he lived his life. He did what he wanted to do. And although, Bessie passed away early, a lot earlier than he did, the fact that, he and I had times to, play poker with the cast and crew up here when I was involved with theater and everything, the fact that we had an opportunity to get to know each other sort of as friends instead of pops and kid, and a greater understanding of the kind of man he really was, when mom wasn't around and other things wasn't around, and he would reflect on things and he'd go, well, damn, Pops, I didn't know that about you. Oh yeah, I met, he was in the meat cutters union and was a steward, and he had met, I'm trying to think of his name, he's probably at the bottom of Lake Michigan, but anyway, Jimmy Hoffa. He met Jimmy Hoffa back in the day, in mid to late 50s, and that, if he had stayed up there in that business, that mom said she was going to divorce his ass because she wasn't going to put up with it. I didn't know any of that about him until, she was gone, and he was in his later years to, pass away a few years later. But so you get to know a person, and you live with him. He's your dad, for God's sakes. And then all of a sudden you look around and you go, wait a minute, I didn't know that about you at all. So I'm grateful for that. So tomorrow, or almost today now, would be that anniversary that I could think of. That's the day we had to unplug Pop. But it's also the day he went home, because he knew on that Sunday before, when I visited him, and he said, unplug me. And I'm, Pops, you're out of your coma. And he's like, yeah, okay, but I'm here to say goodbye. Unplug me. And 4 days later, we did. So that in itself was an experience, and the understanding that, well, I could grieve about it. I could be emotional and I could cry about it. But he came back to tell us all goodbye. And even though he basically was unconscious on Wednesday before Thanksgiving, that we took his torment away. Oh my God, he was in torment. When we saw him all plugged up in his body, it wasn't him. So we did him a favor by unplugging him. But to that point, though, I could very easily become emotional and go, my pops and this and that. And it's like, no, because if we understand this in a higher spiritual level, Pops has never really left me. Brian hasn't really left me. Granny hasn't really left me. My friend Serge hasn't really left me. I mean, because they still live in us. So I keep my granny alive. I keep Pops alive. We keep Brian alive, and these other people, we keep them alive in our memories and the things that we do. And I'm grateful for that and thankful, because I understand it. And I understand, again, how, here's this other level of a plateau. For every year that goes by, I understand even more how important this is, that we understand it, we live it. And instead of worrying about whether or not, well, Brian's gone now and I really miss him. If you miss him, then, now don't get me wrong about this. Please, we love him, I know. But if you miss him to the point where then maybe you need to say, wait a minute, this is your friend Hawkeye telling you, he's still around. So we miss him physically, but if you close your eyes, he's still here with each and every one of us. So he isn't gone. So I understand I miss him too. I do. But again, I don't, because I know he's not gone. I miss him in the 3D world. But in this understanding of spirituality, has he left us at all? And I would say no. And in fact, I would say he's actually able to spread himself out amongst us, if you will. So, missing someone, that emotion. Now, look, I get it. Okay. I really do. But also, with your missing him, take that energy and you say, I really miss Brian, and go, then say, but I know he's still there. So finish the sentence with the positive. I really miss Brian, but I know he's still with me, because he is. And so is my friend Serge, and so is my, all these other friends. And if my other dear friend is actually gone now, um, then there's another one that's recently left. And so if this isn't to be, again, I'm not, this isn't about boo-hoo, but if they're not in this realm, spirituality wise, from everything I've learned and continue to learn, they're still with us. And as long as we won't let them die in our thoughts and prayers, they'll always, and regardless of whether or not we remember them in this life, they're still there. Well, what if somebody forgets me? Doesn't matter. I'm still going to be. You know what I mean? If they forget me, I'm still going to be. Kind of rhymes. But in that, I find solace in that. Because previously in my life, I was like, well, what kind of legacy am I going to leave behind? Well, I'd like to leave this property and this and that, I'd like to be, to have, I want to be valuable to somebody at some point, I want to be able to, help in whatever capacity I might have, whatever that might be. So by having these conversations and sharing with you all, I feel like that's helping me as well. I gotta be honest, hanging out with y'all, there are times when I'm like, man, I kind of feel a little bit lonely. And then that thought leaves, because I know y'all are out there. I know that other folks who have passed on are still with us. I know my pops is still here, in presence, and other people that I've known and folks, so I'm very thankful for that, and for that level of thought for myself. I'm thankful that I made it this far, and because a couple of years ago, I'd have been sitting here boohooing my eyes out. Oh, it's Thanksgiving and I miss such and such, but what good does that do me, or any of us, to go in there? But I can sit and have a piece of pie and go, I remember when Pops and I used to eat pie, and we'd be the only two that would go, where's the ice cream? Because we like our pie a la mode. And, with ice cream on it, mostly vanilla, but, cherry pie with a big old scoop of ice cream on it. I'm sorry. That's like the bomb. So, but in this, so I can have a piece of pie, and instead of crying, I think fondly of that memory when we ate pie a la mode, And so with my granny, and with all these other folks that I've known, my friend Serge, and and with Brian and things. So I'm thankful for those memories. I'm thankful that I had the opportunity to know these people and to share whatever it is I'm sharing. I mean, all of you, I'm thankful for knowing you. And in that, you have given, meaning to my life. And by your comments, I have given you meaning in your life. So it's a win-win, right? So I'm grateful, thankful. And I think this Thanksgiving, for myself, in because of past experience and emotions and things, and that little bit of different plateau I'm on now, I'm more grateful this year than ever. Despite all the garbage and all the people dying and getting sick, and oh my God, I'm more grateful this year than I think I've ever been in the past. Collectively, in my own thoughts and experiences, I'm more grateful this year than ever before. And I've had family, and we've sat around with big turkey dinners and everything, but back then I took it for granted. And now it's like, those times were special, but we took them for granted. Back when Granny was alive, we got off the turkey dinners and we did this and that. And blah, 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 blah. It was just Thanksgiving. It wasn't anything necessarily special. But now Thanksgiving is special. And I got to say, part of it's my fault because I chose to participate. So just saying, if you're feeling lonely, which I have been, not necessarily now, but in the past, my choice has been I'm just going to waller in it. I'll just stay home. I'll just accept it. I'll just miss my family and friends. I'll just sit here and piss and moan and be, oh, well, the house burned down. Oh, Pops died. Oh, let's think all the negative shit. Eh. This year, those memories are still there. But there are all these other good things, regardless of the crap. How do we look at things? Well, you know, going to be cold as snot down here in a couple of days. It's going to get down to into 31, 30, maybe even the upper 20s for us down here in these low-lying areas. So, but I'm glad I've been working on getting my wood pile cleaned up and getting the ants out of it, because in about 2 days I'm gonna need to start a fire. Well, 4 days in the heater back here. Right now I got the fan on and the windows open. It's hot, but anyway, such is life in South Georgia. But with all of these things, so what should you do within your life? Try to focus on the things that are actually, we've made it. We're here. We're still here, with the COVID and the this and the that and we're still here. I think that's a good thing, and we're still here for each other. I think that's even better. We're still here as a community. I think that's even better, greater, you know what I mean? So for every little thing that I look at, it adds another notch to what I'm grateful for. And it's all because y'all crazy folks out there that come in here and pay attention to me sometimes. Poor, pitiful me, yeah. Linda Ronstadt, yep. Mossy Man, the complaint creates more of a negative frequency, which takes your life force. Absolutely. And I want your weather. It's hot here at 74. It's about that right now here, Mossy Man. Yeah, Teresa says she's going to come down here and we're going to go see Lunsford. Yeah, we'll see Nanny Boo Boo. But yeah, Motley Crue. Yes, we are, Michelle. We are a ragtag team. But I was watching, one of the shows they just put on one of the stations. Anyway, The Expendables. And I was thinking to myself, in that we are a motley crew of folks, not that we're expendable, but if we have become expendable to other folks because they don't really see things the way we do. So we're expendable in that they kind of sort of forget about us, or they just, they ignore us. Oh, well, we love you, Dave. And, says my brothers and sisters who, like, well, okay. Do you really? Well, we think about you. We sent, well, I'm grateful of that. But y'all got cell phones. Y'all been talking for the last 2 weeks about planning Thanksgiving. And has any of you give me a call? Your love is a little bit less than the rest of y'all. I'm just saying, just let's call a spade, or a diamond, or a quarter, or a nickel, who knows, or, a lead penny. But to that, though, that my energy, like Mossy Man said, could be in that negative range. And as many of us are learning, regardless of the crap, I would still rather choose to, I'm knee deep in crap. That sucks. Yeah, it does, but it's going to make really good fertilizer in the garden, So there's lots of ways to look at the crap. So some of it we can't use and it's unrecyclable, but at the same time, we don't have to fall down and get drowned by the crap neither, So, and what I was going to say earlier that I got off on a tangent was about the waves, and that talking about with Brian a couple of years ago now about the energy waves and stuff and life and everything. And I said, y'all get an inner tube and get comfortable, because it's going to be one wavy kind of ride. There's going to be peaks and there's going to be valleys. Hang on tight. Well, the ride's still going. And at times, I checked the frequency earlier from the Schumann, and it's been relatively calm. Well, actually, it's been way calm, considering what it has been. And one of the things I noticed here in the last 4 days is that we're back into an earth wobble because the moon has been low in the sky down in the south. It's been very regular in that it's been low every day. I go out, I can see it's in the same place in the sky over certain trees, blah, blah, blah. And then a couple of nights ago, I had been watching the moon out this window right here. And then 2 nights ago, I was like, what happened to the moon? And now it's straight overhead. So in the last 4 days, the moon was down here. Okay, 5 was down here in the south. And now it's shifted almost from, let's say, 50 degrees to 90 degrees. So it's had a 40-degree shift in 5 days. That's about 10 degrees per day, roughly, in the sky, which is about what I've been calculating. So are there these cosmic things going on? Oh, yeah. This cosmic convergence and everything that's coming up, is it real? Okay, there are those folks astrologically and etc. They say yes. So let's take the opportunity. Now, we know them folks that are using that other side of them energies. The least we can do is put it in our little notebook and go, you know what? Let's just be aware of that date. And when that date comes, whether you believe in the convergence or aliens or whatever, let's just say on this day, there are a lot of other people who believe it. Now, which side of the energy do I wish it to be on? Now, do I want it to be with the light side and folks that are praying for peace and honor and justice? Okay. Yeah. Or do I want to go over here and go, we want to see destruction and mayhem and chaos, and nah, that's not where I want to go. So I already know ahead of time, but on the 21st, I will make a conscious effort to go. Today's the 21st. I want to make sure the universe understands that I am on the positive side. I am with these folk over here, so, and it's just from every day I think that way, but on the 21st, because I'm going to think a little extra harder that day. Am I going to do a ceremony or anything? Not sure about that. Could I drum? We'll see. But if I do nothing else, I can at least say, I'm going to put an extra prayer in today. I'm going to make it extra positive. And I'm going to make damn sure the universe is hearing this because I'm on the good side. Pay attention. I'm on the good side here. You listening up there? So, and it could be that's all that's necessary for us to be able to participate, quote, in this event. And that going into the 21st, we understand, there's this cosmic thing going on. Just going to keep aware of it. Am I doing anything special here lately? Well, not really, but, so we can put that in the back of our minds. And as things change and go along, we can put a little bit more effort. Do we have to do anything? No. We just make sure that we're extra positive in case somebody, and we know they are going to try to sideswipe our energy. We don't want to allow that. Now, they have free will. They can do what they want, right? Do we agree with it? No. Do we really respect it? Not really. Do we honor it? Well, they are who they are. And rattlesnakes will bite you because they're rattlesnakes. So, if there are lizards out there who are acting like rattlesnakes, what else do you expect? They're going to act like reptiles. You got it? So in that, we have to respect that they're reptiles. Alligators eat fish and crocodiles can eat people. Piranha will eat about anything. So in this world, there are piranhas and crocodiles and snakes. In the universe, there are crocodiles and lizards and snakes, you know what I mean? And piranha that like to feed on you and me. So can you fault them for doing what they're natural about? And the answer is no. We don't have to agree with it, but we have to understand that in the universe of balance, Sometimes that crappy shit, sometimes, crocodiles have their place. We don't have to like them, don't have to love them, but we will honor their place in the grand scheme of things. You understand? So with that, we can say, well, we don't want the crocodiles to win. Okay. So we're going to, warning crocodiles. We're going to put up signs, warning reptiles. Okay. So we can be careful in that. But do we have to stand on the edge of the water and holler at them, I hate you crocodiles, all of you should be wiped out? No, because crocodiles really do have a place in things, as do all things. But at the same point, we can respect that they are crocodiles. But if they think they're going to be anything other than a crocodile, or maybe a purse or shoes, but um, that's who they are, and that's what they're going to be. And you're not going to go up and pet one. You're not going to go up and bring, hey, I'm bringing a crocodile home for Thanksgiving. Nope. So we have to understand that in the grand scheme of the universe, those things exist. So do we allow our energies to go there? No. We say, this is a no crocodile day. So on the 21st, with whatever's going to happen, we can stay in the positive and go, we know there's crocodiles out there. We know them lizards want to do their thing. I'm not on the lizard team. I'm on this team. I'm with the angels on this one. So, and just stay there. If nothing else, that's the greatest thing you could do. Understand there are these other factions, but understand also that should make you want to be more of who you are and a lot less like them, or to fall into any of their traps, or to get too close to the water, when there's a crocodile right there. So with that information, that's knowledge. And that knowledge gives us power, because now we can choose what we wish and how we wish to feel. Now, there are those folks who are going to try to keep us in the chaos, but we can use this Thanksgiving Day to go, you know what? I'm grateful and thankful for all these little things that add up to this really big, huge thing, if I wish it to. And I have. That's been my decision. So in deciding what we want, can I change the world? No, but I can respect it, and I can see and I can understand it. And if things don't go kaplooey, then that's a good day, right? If the earth doesn't implode, that's a good day. Just saying. And on a side note, I've been listening to the galactics and, the alien sides and this, that for the longest time, right? For at least 20 something plus years. And we saw UFOs back in the 60s, around MacDill Air Force Base and growing up in Tampa and down there in middle Florida. Crazy stuff in the skies back then. Okay. So it's not like anybody's had to convince me that they exist. I have, seen them many times over the many years. So, but anyway, but this idea of what the galactics, well, this is going to happen, and this treaty's been signed, and this is, we're all going to have these super med beds, and where it's going to be like Star Trek. I'm still waiting. There are certain things that have kind of showed up in the background, but these great things that have been going, the Palladians are going to do this, and these people are going to do that. Y'all can suck my muffin, because I ain't seen none of that shit happen. Sorry, but all these promises and all these things that are going to happen, we're all going to be in different dimensional species, we're all going to be able, has any of this shit happened? And the answer is no. So with that said, I still have an open mind about it. But to the bottom line, after 20 years of listening to some of this stuff, it's like, now I've seen my own proof. Okay. That's my point. But their proof has not manifested. So whatever they have been saying on different channels, and Gaia and this guy, that guy, this stuff, I'm sorry, it's just so much hogwash. It's just chatter. It's just talk. Now, again, I would love for some of this stuff to actually come true. But to the point, has it? Let's be honest about this. Let's, be the grown up in the room and go, these folks that have been talking this galactic stuff that I have been listening to and have been a party to. And at the same time, I'm still disappointed because uh, either they've been lied to. Well, the timelines aren't right. Well, okay, this is 20 years later. That timeline still ain't right. Okay, well, the timelines are converging. You said that 10 years ago. You said it 5 years ago. You said it 2 years ago. What's the deal? Well, the timelines are still merging. Okay, all right. Anyway, there's a small part of me that's a little pissed about this because I wanted to trust this information. But here's the thing. So I'm grateful and thankful this year, this all ties in, that I have been able to see things for myself that prove to me what I need to understand, like being able to, take pictures of those fairies and the orbs and things that I've done in previous videos. Um, and some of the times that orbs have appeared, here on the, live stream and things. And so, the UFO that I see out the window that's back, the other things that I've seen, the video, I seen, one shoot another one down with a particle beam, and the thing went poof and poofed out of existence. And it's like, so I've seen these things myself without anybody's channel or Gaia or whoever, And so I know these things exist, but not because of these other channels. Because I have asked my higher spirits and the aliens basically, I say, if you guys are up there, you show me. Because all these other folks have lied to me up to this point. And well, there's going to be this and there are all these changes. Any of it? Well, we're supposed to have Tesla energy by now. Really? Where's it at? Well, with these med beds. Okay, y'all been talking a good line. Where are they? Well, this has been 4 years ago, 2 years ago. Yeah. Oh. So I'm just saying, I'm grateful that the veil has been lifted from my eyes. Now, listen, I still listen and I still pay attention because there'll be a little glimmer of truth in these things that I have been shown myself. And so that's sort of I got that in a dream, or I saw that out my window, or somehow. So, so I can say 90% of what you said is bullshit. But that little bit right there now, I agree with that part. So I'm grateful and thankful because I do know there's some cosmic, folk up there. They're showing up on there's all kinds of stuff going on around the sun right now. You go out there and check the LASCO and then them satellites and look for yourself. There's all kinds of spaceships and activity going on. OMG. So whether or not the folks that are channeling the Palladians and all this and the current information, that there are some Palladians that are not really good guys. They stir up shit, And so, and then they like to sit back and go, well, we didn't do nothing, anyway. So, and I have associated myself with Pleiades since I was a little child, but not necessarily that I am Palladian. Okay. And, there are different kinds of dragons, not all dragons are Dracos and Nesties, but they look similar, but they're not the same, like alligators and crocodiles are similar, but a crocodile will eat you in a heartbeat where an alligator will probably turn and run, not always, but, so they're both lizards. They're both, crocodilia. They're both, but they're not the same, So in the universe, these same things are true. But anyway, so in my disappointment of certain channels, people, stuff that, this is going to happen. I haven't seen it yet. But at the same point, I'm grateful that when I ask the universe, is this true or not? I ask him to give me some kind of a sign. And lately, the information has been, watch out for these folks. Not so much, and you go, oh, really? Well, I've been listening to that. Yeah, but, listen in, pay attention, because, but not so much. Don't put so much faith in like I have in the previous. Oh, So you see, I'm grateful that in my listening to my higher self about other things, when I say, ask about, this channel's talking about this, what about that? They go, maybe not. So, and my higher self seems to, especially recently, seems to be a whole lot more accurate than the folks that are out there, talking about this and that, and the galactics are going to the Federation, and they signed at this and blah. Okay, until I see some of this stuff, I'm still from Missouri. I'm from Missouri, show me state, right? And I hate to be that way, but I put so much of my own faith into some of these things. I think wishing and hoping that this stuff would come true, that in actuality, and this is what I'm thankful for, I can see now that yes, it could be true, and yes, it's very possible, and yes, it could still happen. But let's stick with reality. What has happened? Ooh, currently. Well, that could have, it's going to be okay. If I see the smoke signals on the other mountaintop, I'll figure it out. But until then, I'm just going to say a smoke signal could come from that mountain. Not that it's gonna, well, the enemy's coming. Yeah, okay. When this is going, oh, okay. And that, and then okay. We'll see, right? But I'm grateful though that now I understand the difference. And I'm getting, for me, my own, confirmation on stuff. Yes, this part is really real, Dave. Ooh, shit. Okay. But this over here, not so much. A lot of fluff. It partially too big. You know what I mean? So I'm pissed off on one hand that what they have promised us has not come true. But I'm more grateful on the other hand that higher self and the universe has been able to prove these things through my own witnessing and sky things and stuff. That's my proof. I take a picture. I've seen it myself versus somebody else trying to relate a story to me. So I'm grateful for that and eternally grateful and show me more kind of thing. But in all of this stuff, this is here. I'm going to top it off with some more I'm thankful for. I'm thankful for the added faith that I have in myself to be able to say, I can make a difference. I can get my lazy ass up off this chair, regardless of pain, and make a difference in my own life, in my dog's life, in the neighbors, whatever it is. I can make a difference still in my old creaky, being an old codger here, right? So as an old codger, I can still have a positive effect if I choose to. I can be a mean old SOB and bitch all the time and show the world all, this is all that's wrong with it. Or I can wade through the mud and go, here's a good point. Here's a spot. Here's something we should be grateful for. Now, in your own lives, of course, you have to take this to heart in your own way. But I'm, and I was the worst. This idea of just only realizing the negative things or in the emotions and stuff. And, I've talked about, we can be the observer and leave the emotions out of it. So I can look at past events, and even though they were dreadful and horrible and a lot of crying and tears and stuff, I don't feel that now because I choose not to allow my emotions to get involved. I choose, though, to look at those events and go, that triggered this positive thing. This thing, even though this person died, I learned something from it. And and I am spiritually higher than I was before because of this experience. So we choose to accept or reject the healings and the blessings and the knowledge from the universe. When we choose to accept these lessons, regardless of how tough they may be, that it's still a lesson. And it was like I was talking with a friend of mine the other day, and I said, they had not really heard the whole story of my 3 days on the river. And they was like, well, you said something about that before. And I said, listen, 3 days in August, like the 5th, 6th, and 7th or something like that. hot, 101 in the shade, no water, no food, and me and the dog made it 3 days. And the spirits carried me away. I was huddled down in this little nook on the on the bank with palmetto bushes surrounding me, and I saw myself being led a spirit on either shoulder through the woods. And and I woke up a day later going, "What the hell?" So, and I reflect on those kinds of things and go, there are other people who would have just died, who would have just, had just, I'm still here. That's interesting. So, could have died, should have died, whatever. I'm still here. I'm thankful for that experience. As hard, and that's my point, as hard and as tough as that experience was, I'm grateful for it. Nearly drowned in. Have I not nearly drowned and had all that, I wouldn't have learned about certain things in my kayak and stuff. I've been a canoeist for years, but not necessarily kayak. So many years ago, 2013, when the capsized and almost drowned, and I mean, I literally almost drowned. It was nip and tuck there. So I'm not trying to make light of this, but these experiences, like how close did I come? Yeah, but here's the bottom line to all this: I didn't give up. So I'm grateful for that experience. And I'm grateful for the 3 days on the river. Then I'm grateful. It was tough. It was hard. It was painful, and emotional. And I lost, a lot of stuff that was in my kayak that night. I lost a $500 camera to the river. I lost my cell phone that was worth $150 to the river. I lost some other personal items to the river. And it cost me, plus the pain and all. So, but with all that pain and everything, and there are lessons. So I choose, regardless of the pain of previous events. And because of those previous events, I go, man, I hurt now. Yeah, but remember that one? Holy shit, that was tough. I'm doing good. I'm grateful that I don't hurt like that now. I'm grateful I'm not drowning. I'm grateful I'm not overheated and, dying of thirst. I'm grateful for these things. Been there, done that. So we can say, well, today's just another shitty day. Or you can say, well, I'm grateful that this day I have the opportunity to make a change. And I'm going to keep my eye on it. And I might have to create that little bit of change. And it might be that I just come up with some silly joke while standing in line at the food mart or something. Doesn't matter. But here's the thing. I have the opportunity every day to make a difference. It's whether or not I choose to. And that information keeps getting stronger within me in that, I can do a video. I can go visit the neighbors. I can go do this. I can do these simple, make a phone call to somebody. I can do these simple things that can be a positive effect. And I choose to, stay open to the universe, to my spirit guide, not channeling somebody else's or making any pact or rituals with anybody out there. Just saying, if you hear anybody say that, you need to seriously question them people and go, what are your motives? You don't ask them that personally because they're going to, oh, it's perfectly okay. No, it ain't. You don't make any deals with anybody, no rituals to seal some kind of pact. You just talk to your higher self and go, you got it? And they go, yeah, Sarai, Sarai. The old, Quick Straw McGraw cartoons with Baba Louie, for those of you who might remember. But anyway, and where are those cartoons, by the way? Those Hanna-Barbera, it's hard to find Yogi Bear and Hanna-Barbera and Snagglepuss and all them. Those are great cartoons, by the way. But anyway, you see me going off on a tangent, right? Well, with all of that said, though, so there's this other side of the coin we can always look at that's always present. But if we only focus on that, can we find anything positive in any of it? Can we go, well, that's the way it could be. Well, I could have stayed home and bitched today, but I went out. I made a choice. And there are times when we make really crappy choices, but there may be a lesson in it as well. So I went to these people's houses and their grandpa, he farted all the time and the kids were screaming and fighting and it was just horrible. Well, yeah, but you got to go over and see how horrible some people's families can be. Remember the fights you had as a kid, Well, okay. But to the point though, so, but you got a free meal. You got to go over and visit. Well, my friend Bob was there. Well, see, you had to put up with the screaming kids and grandpa farting, but you got to see your friend Bob. Yeah, and that was really good. See, so it wasn't a wash. You know what I mean? So there are times when it may seem that the overall annoyance of something, like family farting or whatever, to the fact that there was this one thing in the day that was like really kind of made it special. You got to see somebody, or you got to hear, or you got to find out about whatever it might be. So you pick that thing and go, and the rest of it, man, this little thing right here is a gem. Playing frisbee with those two, young ladies this afternoon is still a joy to me. Have trouble walking tomorrow, but it's okay. I will think of them two little girls and go, man, I had a ball, and I hope that I will live long enough to go play frisbee with them again. So that's something for me to look forward to. God, I hope I can stay healthy enough to go play frisbee with them two little kids again. And I hope I could, stay healthy and live long enough for their little kid, the little brother to grow up. And so we can, and it's not just them, but my point is, I can choose to bitch or I can choose to go, regardless of how I feel tomorrow. I'm going to muddle on through because there something good can come out of it, regardless of the pain, regardless of our emotions, regardless of the chaos. Oh, I see all this crap and all the elections and all this. Oh, okay, fine. All right. But are me and you worrying about and getting caught in that chaos going to help us a bit? No. If anything, we should all step back and go, look at this crazy shit going on still. Just saying. And for those of who remember 20 years ago during the 2000 elections and all the dangling chads and everything, we can say history repeating itself. How many of you remember that? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So we've done these things before. We've been here in certain situations before. Now, a lot of you weren't around for the 1960s election, but there are parts of that I still remember as a kid, and JFK in a couple of places probably did, honest to God, did steal the vote. Now that's the Democrats and JFK because they just really didn't want Nixon, who had been vice president under Eisenhower. Okay. So, but Eisenhower and JFK had a thing going, but not Tricky Dicky, right? So back in the day, the Democrats probably did steal the election from Tricky Dicky. And you know why? Because JFK was a Catholic. That was the big deal back then. He's Catholic. I remember that so clear. And I would have only been about, let's see, 7 or 8 years old, but I remember the politics around it and the Catholic part. But anyway, so has this stuff happened? Yeah, it's happened before. We've gotten through it. Did we have to muddle through it? Yeah. I mean, I thought when Johnson took over and got reelected, and the war did get worse. But there were times during the Vietnam War and the protests in the 60s and seeing all this stuff going on and 4 dead in Ohio kind of thing, that we made it through that troubled time. We made it through. We're still here. The towers fell down almost 20 years ago now, right? Coming up next year. So we're still here. We have made it through these hard times. We have made it through these things that so many of us thought this is the end of the world. We're still here, ain't we? Now, but to the point though, let's keep an eye on these crazy mofos and not let them get away with anything. Let's stay in our own energy. Hey, Project Skyfalls, how you doing? But anyway, so these are just some thoughts on Thanksgiving. So is it heavy metaphysical? In a way it is, because there's so many small things, and I'm sure in each of our lives, that if you would focus on those moments, if you will, and especially, I know I keep pulling rank on y'all with age, And I Station Zed, if you're still out there, I love you, man. Um, but the idea, though, that, that 20 minutes or 30 minutes of playing with them children today, regardless of the rest of the day, that's a special moment. And I'm going to cherish that as long as I can remember it. It's going to live within me. So I carry that joy with me if I so choose. But if I'd looked at the rest of the day, well, I didn't hear from this person and that, so I could, it could have been better. I could have had this. I could have had a piece of, sweet tater pie. But, I'm grateful for all the rest of it. So how we choose to look at it, let's try to choose in the future, because it's still going to be wavy and bumpy. Let's choose regardless of the crap. Back in the day when I was, almost homeless, I almost got kicked off my property, but I honestly didn't have any food. And I was eating out of garbage cans, but you learn to pick through the garbage. And people say, you went through the garbage? Yeah. But I found, some bananas that were a little overripe, but I kind of like overripe bananas. And they taste pretty good on a piece of, on a piece of bread with a dab of peanut butter, and that makes a meal when you're starving. So it's like, but you ate out of the garbage. So that's the only thing people could focus on. You ate out of the garbage. Yeah, well, there was a head of lettuce that I cut part of it off, and the rest of it was good. But you ate out of the garbage. Are you not paying attention to me? I'm telling you that, yeah, but in that garbage there was some still good stuff. A friend of mine's, I had a bag of potatoes that were growing eyes and everything, and one of them had gotten bad in the bag, and they were like, "Well, you should just throw the whole bag out." And I was like, "Why?" And it's, well, that's got some muck on it, and I was like, "Look, a little muck, from a potato that's going bad, you wash it off and chop off the end point and eat the rest of it. You do not throw it." But you would have thrown the whole bag out because there was one or two bad potatoes, and they got gook on the rest of them. So you think it's going to kill you. Are you going to cook it or eat it raw? Well, I'm going to cook it. Well, then if there's anything on it, you're going to kill all the germs. And them germs are just going to add flavor to the stew. But you would have thrown out that 5-pound bag of taters because there's a couple bad ones in there and they were gooey. I opened them up, washed them off, and said, "Yep, those are bad, but these are still good." So half the bag was still good. Free to me. And so I relish in the, wow, I went through the garbage and look what I found, versus, oh my God, it's garbage. Anyway, so hi, Sleepy, hey, Ice Station. Project says, I had to stop being so hard on myself. I talk to my higher self in my head. Yeah, and sometimes I talk out loud like I'm talking to y'all. But anyway, Michelle, happiness, children, all spirit medicine. Absolutely. Hey, Delaney. Yeah, Delaney, I lived on it for 2 years. I went back to school, and she says she lived on dumpster vittles for a year. Yep. Michelle, I'm a peanut butter banana sandwich every morning when I was pregnant with Nate. Yep. But anyway, in this idea of being thankful and grateful and so forth, I'm going back up here, scrolling back up. I really do pay attention. Sometimes I can't look because I will, whatever train of thought I had. Teresa says, if higher self not talking back, then one is not yet truly connected to higher self. Here's the thing, and I have chatted before on this on that video I did about the spirit. But here's the thing. There are folks who are connected, but they don't have the faith in themselves, or they're too insecure. Well, what if this is wrong? Or, and truthfully, there's a hard gauge out there. Certain people, well, if you haven't learned this and you got to do that and something, something, something. Hey, Fox, beggars can't be choosers and spoiled can't help but feel pickier. Yeah, odd being that. How you doing, Fox? But But in this higher self thing, I think I've met some folks, listened to some folks, and some folks will go, "Oh, I'm connected to my higher self, and it's telling me this, this, and the other thing." And then I listen and go, "That's interesting because for some reason that does not resonate with me or some other folks too." Well, higher self told me this. Are you sure? Or there are some folks that are like, they say they're connected when I think they're faking it. I mean, honestly, they want to prove that they're spiritual. So they say, "Well, I talk to my higher self all the time." What's it really telling you? Well, and when I listen to some of these folks, I go, "Whoa, man, you're off in the ditch somewhere?" But it's your journey, it's your road. But Lord have mercy, God, I learned about that years ago. But I'm talking about these folks who claim they talk to them all the time. In that, but they're spouting off stuff that just doesn't resonate with the number one law, to do no harm. Well, but I did a little bit of spell casting. Yeah, but you're asking the universe to do what you want to have done, and that's going to result in some consequence down the road, which means that you could harm someone with what you're doing because you want it to go your way, regardless of what anybody else feels about this, right? Well, I did this spell and cast this thing, and well, but what if it's just not right in the universe? So you want to force your issue. Well, yeah, well, I'm sorry, but that doesn't resonate with the law of one, because do no harm means to not force anything on anybody, any being, anything. But you're going to do a spell casting. You're going to do these things because you want to force the issue in the universe when you could just ask and accept and receive. And what you want may not be what you should have at the moment. As many times as I wished something, it came 10 years later. As much as I wanted something, sometimes it popped up the next day, and other times it took 20 years to appear. So, what we think we want and what we wish to enforce our will upon the universe, well, I want this. I'm going to manifest it. I'm going to use my power to get what I want. Then that means you're going to force something. And that is against the law of one, because you don't force anything, right? So when I listen to some of these people, I go, that's not true, honest to God spiritualness, because you want to force the universe to do something for you alone. Now, if I say, well, look, I want to force the universe to, think about peace for a day. Okay, then that's not being, it's selfish because I want peace, but it's not selfish in that it's only for me. You see, I wish this for the planet. So in that, I can, try to, do a drum or do a ceremony, not a ritual difference. Do a ceremony to pray to the spirits and give thanks to the creation and to the universe to help to make a change, not to force a change. So if I'm spell casting or something, or sigilling or whatever it is I'm doing on this other realm, I'm trying to force the universe into my personal way of thinking, having nothing to do with anybody else, but only what I want. Now, of course, what I want is to have peace, but other folks, they want this power for themselves. What are you going to do with it? Well, I don't know. I want the power. Well, you've already got the power of knowledge. Are you using it? Well, I'm going to go over here and do this. So you're not really talking to your higher self, because if you were really listening, they're being narcissistic about it. Oh, I'm listening. Really? You just already broke the law of one, which is, you should understand that in this truly spiritual realm, right? Law of one. Well, I'm spiritual, but you're going to break this rule right off the bat and go, but it's for me. That's, whoops. So anyway, I could yak about this for a while, but it's not going to do any good. But in that, we should be aware of those kind of people. Now, there are other folks that I have talked to and listened to and been a party to over my many years. And I would say, you've got the right idea. Why don't you follow through on it? And one of them is one of my adopted grandsons, who's like 20 something years old. But in that you're not giving yourself enough credit. Have faith in yourself. Well, I don't know. I send these prayers out. Yeah, but you got to take this expecting them to happen. I send prayers out and hope that things will come out okay. But and we've talked about this before, but if I put any expectation to that prayer or to that intent, and then if it doesn't work out the way I wanted it to, then it's almost like the prayer didn't work. You can't do that. But it's only through learning and knowledge and being aware of the universe and of our own personal mistakes and of mistakes we see in the universe. And we go, I don't want to do that. I'm going to stay away from that area. But in that, so there are a lot of folks that I spoke with, talked to, and so forth that don't have enough confidence to trust themselves. And I think those are the people who would like to start a channel but haven't. And then there are those folks on the other side that have a channel talking all this muckety muck and wanting everybody to believe what they're saying. And I want you to believe what you feel. I'm here for the discussion. I'm here to have the conversation that you will look at yourself and go, how does that fit in my realm? Now, I have not forced any of you to follow any particular path, but I've asked you all to listen to yourselves, to have that confidence, to use these little tricks, if you will, to prove that you are talking to that higher self. But you have to, have the confidence that you can do it, that you will do it. You already have done it, otherwise you wouldn't be here. So, but having confidence without being narcissistic about it, having confidence along with, and I've learned every single day that having more confidence also brings more humility. But when I see other folks, they have confidence to the point where they're overconfident and they want to push their opinion and go, listen, if this is the way it is, and you should do it like this, and you should, okay, just saying. I'm saying y'all should listen to yourself. Check it out with the universe. And if it resonates with you, and a lot like those of us here in the cosmic community here, the cosmic family, we resonate on certain things together and we get it in our own separate ways, but we get it without anybody trying to tell us that we need to say prayers. Well, I do say prayers every time because I do hope and pray every day that each and every one of you will learn to accept, receive, and continue to share your knowledge. That is a statement of fact. That is my wish. It is my prayer. But is there any kind of hokey pokey attached to it? Nope. It's just a positive intent and a thought that I wish for humanity. Without religion, without any kind of hocus pocus, right? Without any power. It's just there. We have to realize it, understand it, allow it to take us on journeys and rides, and some of them are going to be painful. But how can we learn? If there's never any pain, how can we learn? There has to be pain at some point, because then the journey's just, it's so pretty and playful. And, they say rich people have their own problems. You might have all the money in the world and be sad as, the saddest person. Or you could have absolutely nothing and be tickled to death. Now, I don't have a lot, but I'm happy, and talking with a friend of mine the other day, he's like, I need to make arrangements in case, God forbid, knock on wood, and I'm not planning anything, but if something I'm old enough to where, shit can happen at any moment. But the thing is I don't have any kind of arrangements made if anything did happen to me. So we have to be cognizant that we are mortal in this 3D world. And so that certain things should be taken care of us, for, who's going to take care of Duggar if something happens to me, kind of, But and when I'm gone, it ain't gonna freaking matter what's left here. But in this world, I think, those things that I have that I would like to be left behind, I want them to go to someone who would appreciate them. My tools, somebody who appreciates tools, my puppets and stuff like that. I've got thousands of dollars worth of, amplifiers and microphones and speaker stands. I mean, I spent a good bit of money over the years to have really good equipment. I've got tents, 30 by 10 tents. I've got, pop-up tents. I got all this equipment and stuff that I haven't used in quite a few years because of my physical condition, but I want to go back. But there's all these things that are here. Where do they go? Who would get my 100 and something plus puppet collection? Does anybody give a shit, So, but to this point though, I should at least make some kind of arrangements that if somebody wants them, let them go over here, or if somebody did, let it go over here. What's that got to do with being thankful? I'm thankful that I realize it now. I'm thankful that I get it. And it's not about being scared. It's not about who should get what. My blood family, I was worried about that. But, in this greater understanding here, at least in these last 6 months, with Brian's passing and all them other folk that I know, have known, still do. But in that, there are lessons. They're painful, yes, but did those folks have anything prepared? Did those folks have, did they send out their intent before time? Well, I can see it now, so I can do that. I can be smart about it. Doesn't mean I have to be sad or, no. Okay, I want this person to have this if I should go. Let me write it down somewhere, Or tell them, if anything happens to me, you get my puppet collection. Just saying. So we can take the knowledge of the universe, and for like today, after coming home with, playing frisbee with the children's, I was humbled by the fact that I could still play. I was humbled at the fact that the kids just took to me. I was humbled by being outside and I was humbled by the whole thing and elated at the same time. And I was like, man, I feel great. I'm going home with this great big huge smile, full stomach, but I feel even more humbled than I did the day before or the day before that, because for some reason in myself, I understand how these little things mean so much to me now. And when I look back on all the tragedies and things, there were these little things stuck in there that were actually much more important than the tragedy. Because when a person's die, it's like, adios, I'll see you in the next life. Or you understand, that they are with you always in your memories. So they haven't gone anywhere. But also you understand too your own mortality. You also understand whoever the person is, a different level of compassion, a different level of spiritualness. And it's up to each one of us to decide what that is. But if we just sit there and cry about it, oh, I miss him. Oh, they're gone. Yeah, but what did you learn? What did you share with this person? Well, I remember the time that's what you should be focused on. Remember the time, whatever it was. He made me laugh. He made me this, blah, blah. That's what oh, but the person's gone. Let's back this bus up and go, wait a minute. But I remember the time, I remember the time when me and Duggar went to the swamp and played in the water and he became the swamp donkey, And, I remember the time that I went with, this person, we went down on the river. I remember this time when we did this. I remember this time when we just got together and sat around the campfire, smoked a joint and laughed and told stories. I remember that, whatever it is. But for each time in the past, and maybe that just comes with age and wisdom, those things were like a lot of fun at the time. But then I didn't really give them credit for what those times really were and how special that little couple of hours of sitting with a friend or something, or a chat on the telephone, how extraordinarily important that conversation or that connection was, and that we're still connected. A friend of mine called me about 2 weeks ago now. I haven't seen him in a couple of years, and we were friends back in the 70s. And oh my God, and the fact that he still remembers me and has my phone number and would like to come visit on his way south from Illinois. So I think about some of these things and I go, for all the friendships, he still remembers me and I remember him. And through all of this, there's still a connection after all these years, and all the, whatever his life was, whatever my life was, there's still a connection after all this time. And that brings that to me, I'm humbled in that, wow, the universe can work in a lot of ways. Somebody that you haven't seen or heard from all of a sudden calls you up on the phone and says, "Hey Dave, how you doing? Let's, next time I come down, I'm gonna stop by. Is that okay? Yeah, come on by." So for every day that we think nothing's happened, something could happen. And maybe it's a thought you have that could be your higher self that says, Hawkeye, why don't you do this today? Well, I don't know. I don't really feel like it. Mumble, mumble, grumble, grumble. And then if I listen to my higher self, like going over and playing with the kids today, there's joy, there's this other level of stuff that's available to us if we choose. So with all the crap coming, there's still going to be stuff in there that we can choose to, the only thing that happened good today was I heard this really funny joke. If that's the only thing that happened today, then make that joke the thing. You know what I mean? Whatever it is. I had this cup of coffee. Oh my God, it was so good. That might be the only thing that happened for the day. But here's the thing. Regardless of the garbage, like Miss Delaney, hey, 65 Starlight, how you doing in there? For, eating, garbage victuals for a year. For those of us who've had to do it, we understand that there, underneath that pile of garbage could be a dozen eggs, or a whole head of lettuce that's really pretty good, in pretty good shape, carrots and some potatoes. Oop, there's a stew, or there's something to eat, right? So as you know, I absolutely do believe it's our outlook. But if we listen and pay attention to our higher self might be telling us, hey, listen, look at that joke over there, or remember that thing you heard. Remember that person spoke to you or something. Remember this little simple thing. And it might have only been 10 seconds long, but it could be the highlight of your day if you choose. So I choose to look at the small things and add them up. Because the big, larger, crappy things, oh man, they're always going to be there if we look for them. But the small, tiny, perfect things that keep us tuned to our higher self, that gives us the confidence to trust ourselves with our higher self. And it only comes through practice and wisdom. But if you don't have enough confidence, and stay humble, oh my God, stay humble. If you think you've had this dream and it means this, and that, and the other thing, wait a few days. Because what you will learn is you'll get information, you may interpret it this way at the moment. But in 3 days later, if you go yakking about it and talking about it, 3 days later, you might go, oh shit, that is not what that dream meant at all. Oh my God. So with the connection with higher self, there's also patience. You hear it. For me, I hear it and I'll chew my cud and go, okay, let me think about this for a day or so. Let me see if anything comes up. Okay, give me a sign if this is really what, and then I'll be traveling through the news or something and certain words will pop up and they'll say, see, there's the words we were talking about. Okay, there's one. And I usually try to go with 2 or 3, right? Instances. That's the proof to me that the universe, what I'm hearing in my head, the universe will tell me in whatever it is that I see out yonder. Or I'll have another dream, or I'll have another thought, or something else will come up that will sort of, or I'll see a UFO out the window. But whatever it is, it will prove to me that the initial thought process that I had May not have been exactly what I thought, but in a couple of days' time, with checking with the universe, I'll realize in that message, though, was this. Oh, okay. So, and that's how you prove to yourself that the universe is working for you and that you are paying attention to your higher self and not somebody else. And don't accept anybody else. And don't let anybody try to convince you that you need extra help other than, those of us within the community to help you find your spirit guide. Not somebody, not some conjured up, no, your higher self. That's all you need. All the lessons are there, 11:11. It's 12:11 here. But anyway, keep shining. Absolutely, 65. Project Skyfalls, there are some times when I know I've dreamed, but like the last couple of days were some really strange little blips of dreams, and parts of them came true already. And I'm like, that was interesting. But anyway, so normally I don't remember my dreams either, but then there are times when they want to be remembered. So, but anyway, and I used to remember like dream all the time and this and that, but you know, and maybe it's because, and I have honestly, as many of you know, I've had over 25 serious head concussions. It's amazing that I'm still walking, talking, and breathing and all that stuff. But anyway, um, hi, hey, I pop in. Y'all talking about, I was having them thoughts myself last week. Our own mortality has been right in our own face lately. Sending you love, David. Thank you, 65. But, and for us older folks, I say, it's not that I'm worried about it, but I dang sure, as long as I'm conscious, I dang sure want to like make sure that some things are took care of. That's all. And I look around my house and stuff and I go, man, I have collected a bunch of junk. And I go, well, I've got to make room for this. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. If I leave this bunch, and it's a bunch of junk now, and it only means anything to me. If I leave this behind, it's going to end up in the garbage because it doesn't mean anything to anybody else. So this little piece of contraption that I know what it is, and I know where it came from, and what I thought I was going to use it for, have I used it in the last 10 years? No. Is it in my way? Yes. Do I want to move it one more time? Yes. To the garbage can. Because if, and again, I'm not trying to think negatively like I'm going to be gone tomorrow, but I am thinking in a little bit more logical terms. And 10 years ago, I was like, well, in 10 years, I could use this. Well, that 10 years is up. You know what I mean? So time to move on. So clutter in the life and, too many things. And I collected them for the right reasons, but those reasons have changed and are not the same. Like I bought this piece of property, had this house and everything with the intention of giving it to my blood family. When in reality, it's probably going to go to my adopted family because they would like it. They would relish it. They would take care of it. They understand how it meant to me. And there's a certain meaning to them. So do I leave it for blood family who would probably let my property and all my belongings go into a taxed thing and be sold at the courthouse? Or do I leave it to somebody who gives a shit? Who should it go to? Just out there, or should it go to someone who cares? Answer to me is simple, right? But it's in all things. So, and I feel so much better because I was worrying about this. What would happen? Well, now I know. I have my non-blood related family who cares so much more. And I know that regardless of what the rest of them think, they will take care of this. I trust it. I feel it. And over, more time, it's going to be even more important to them, not just to me. But it makes me feel good because I've made up my mind. I've gave all my family members, listen, if you want my property, you call me, tell me, write me, talk to me, email me, something. Not a word. So should I leave it to them? No. Are you kidding? No. I would rather give it away to a stranger who wants it versus my quote family bloodline that, well, I'm going to leave it because I want to do the right thing. They don't want it. Don't give it to them, right? I'd rather give it to a stranger who would have, oh my God, you're going to give me this place and this house? And oh my God, yeah, you want it? What's the deal? Nobody else wants it. You want it? Okay. Will you take care of it? Yeah. All right. So who would you give it to? Well, Grandpa, I don't know. I just don't like Georgia. I don't want to come down there. It's too far. Okay. What about you? Well, no, I don't want to. I like it here. Okay. What about you? Nope. Oh, no. What about you? Nope. Don't. Okay. Never mind. So then why leave it up to chance? If I'm at some point I'm out of here, then why not say, here's a stranger on the road. Here's the keys to my house. Well, actually, I don't have doorknobs. So should I say that out loud? It's too easy to break in my house. Why lock it? But anyway, so no, my back door, it fell apart, and the doorknob that used to have I don't even have a key to the house. There is no key to the house. There's a bungee cord. But anyway, but so in all of this realization myself, where I was kind of bogged down with her, it ain't hard. It hasn't held my heart down a bit. I am elated that I've made this decision. I am elated that I made this discovery within my own self that, wait a minute, they don't want it, then give it to somebody who does, who would care for it, regardless of what it is. Wow, I've got this old shoe. I got an old shoe, and they sort of, I'll take it, give them the old shoe. I know that's a clowny way around it, but to the point though, give it to somebody who really wants it or could use it or would appreciate it or something versus, well, I don't know, it's too much bother for me. Well, it's, F off, bye, see you later, bye, Todd, no offense to any Todds out there, but anyway. So, but can things change? Sure. If my daughter called me up and said, hey, Pops, I'd really like the house and, okay, well, you've had freaking 40 years to talk about it, or more. And, you can always change your mind and it's sort of written into the contract. But at the same point, if you don't want to, you don't have to feel obligated either. I'm going to take the obligation off of you. Do you want the property? Yes or no? Well, that's no. If you got to say, well, then never mind. That's it. That's the answer. Well, Pops, I don't, then never mind. It's going this way, So, but to that point though, well, I don't know what I do. I don't know how, I don't know anybody. I don't know. Excuse. Okay. Adios. But in life though, we make these things and I'm realizing, have realized, I guess, there are certain people that, you offer them help or they ask for your help. My daughter's asked me, seems like I'm picking on her, but she asked me years ago, oh, well, I need a place to stay. I'm going to come down. Okay, I'm going to stay with you and help you out. And I was really having trouble at the time. And so she had her opportunity to stay here and make a life. And I had people at the time who had offered her jobs and decent paying jobs too, some of the money under the table. So she'd get $10 an hour straight up without having to turn anything in. And all the perks and whatever of living in a place that you don't have to pay rent to, you don't have to pay rent, period. There is no rent. Once a year, $400 for taxes. That's rent. Well, but now you're living in a place where it's $800 a month and you're only making $1,200, $1,500, and now you're bitching because you don't talk to me. You had an opportunity to live rent free and save that however much a month. But anyway, so people make their own decisions, and I've offered to folk. So to the point though, thinking that this person would appreciate this, that was my thought. They didn't think the same way I did, right? So, but trying to be honest with family and so forth, you have to realize sometimes you just have to go, well, okay, you've proven to me who you are, what you are, and how you feel. So I still love you. I still care for you. I still miss you. But I'm over this other stuff. I'm just over it. I'm not going to worry with it anymore. Because if you really cared, don't, if you don't have no intentions of doing something, then don't. Well, Pops, well, I'm going to call you once a week. That was almost 4 weeks ago. Haven't heard word. Oh, Pop, we're going to come up and see you before things. Okay, they're nothing. So don't tell me and then don't. Or you can call up later on and go, look, Pops, things have changed. I get that. But no word. So it's like a promise broken. Promises broken. So where do you put your faith? Do I put my faith in what she's going to tell me? Nah, because she's lied to me for whatever reason. It's come out wrong. Well, I was going to come see. Well, then why didn't you call and tell me? Well, I got too busy. Yeah, you're on the cell phone 24/7. You couldn't find 2 minutes to leave a message on my phone and say, can't make it. Something come up. Okay, love you, bye. Oops, can't send me an email. No, sorry, can't send me. No, can't. No. But you were too busy. But you understand, don't you, Pops? Yeah, I understand that you take advantage of me and my feelings, and yeah, I understand that you're lying to me. Because you say one thing and then absolutely do something different. So, should I worry about it anymore? Nah. Do I still love my daughter? Yes. Do I still love my son who blocks me out of Facebook? Yes. If I died and left this place, it would be an inconvenience for him to come and take care of some of the things here. Should I leave it for him? Nah, But he's your son. Yeah, but you don't give a fuck. So should I? Is that being mean? No. What it means is there are other people who would appreciate it and take care of it. And so there's this whole positive side versus this negative side that I have been worried about for a long time. Ain't worried about it no more. It is what it is. Now, to the point, if my son called up and said, Pop, I miss you. I've been an asshole. Let's get together. Things could change. But so could other things, But to the point, at this point, nah. And I can't worry about someone else's feelings that don't care. And I think there are those of you out there that, you put effort into people and they, you don't even get consideration back. So here's the thing. Should we waste our energies, like for me to try to get my daughter to have a conversation with me? And when I probably already know what the answer is, but she doesn't want to tell me, you know what I mean? Well, Pops, if you left me the property, I really would. I'd rather stay down here in Florida. Okay, tell me the truth. I'm not really. Well, it's a nice, but tell me the truth. Okay. So in that, we have to ask folks now, I think, with all the stuff that's going on, if they're hem-hawing around about something, just look at them and calmly ask them, can you please tell me the truth? Well, but if they give you that but, they're going to hedge the truth. They're going to make up part of that story is going to be it's going to be a story and not the truth. So you just look at them and say, come on now, just level with me. If you don't like this soup, tell me you don't like the soup. Well, it could have needed a little bit more pepper, or I don't really like, okay. But, oh, this is really good stew, and they're pouring it in the plant beside them. You know what I mean? So in this of truth, And we shouldn't. Here's the other lesson, because part of me wants to get really pissed off and go, why don't you want this property? It's got value. Anyway, you grew up here. You never mind. So, but with that, it doesn't matter what somebody has moved into from what we used to be or they used to be. I'm not the same person, basically, but I've learned these higher things, and I'm going to take into consideration these other things and just not worry about things that I thought were important before. They're only important to me. The rest of the place out there doesn't care. And by being truthful to myself, I realize, oh, I've been lying to myself all this time. I've been creating this dream that this is going to go here and this is going to go like that because I think this would be good and I would like, but it's good in my head, but not in practicality. So I've wished for these things all my life. They haven't turned up. But a whole different family, a whole different set of circumstances, a whole different paradigm I was not aware at the time has presented itself, and it seems to be the right answer. Oh. So those things that we ask for, those things that we wish for, those things that we pray for might take a lifetime to even show themselves to us. And I'm looking over here when actually it was over here. So that's my big lesson of the day and of life so far. But I'm positive about it. I'm happy about it. I don't feel upset or, emotionally drained. I feel elated. I'm like, I made up my mind. I'm not going to let this stuff bother me because I'm the one that created the problem. I'm the one that insisted that these things go to my family. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's not, that's just my example, but it is my reality at the moment. But at the same time, it's not just that. It's things in our paths. Like you think, well, this would really be, this person would really like this tie, for Christmas. And they get it and they go, oh, what a lovely tie. And they never wear the frickin' thing. What we think is not what they might think or what they, so, you give you do the best you can, but what you think the person wants, you should ask them. And they go, well, I've got 10 of those in a drawer. If you were to ask me what I wanted or needed for Christmas, I need a new set of couplings, or something, or, hey, how about a pair of bedroom slippers? I could really use a pair, I like the big fluffy bunny ones with the rabbit ears, that's what I want for Christmas. So, but, you get them something else and they go, oh, this is really grateful. It sits in the drawer because somebody gave it to them, and they feel obligated to keep it. So, but in that, you have to be truthful and go, well, look, can we have a little honesty between us? And the honesty is, would you like to have a tie like this? Please, no more ties. Okay, what would you like? Man, I could really use a cummerbund, or I could really use a tie, or I could really use something, So, and we should listen to that. But when we take on the arrogance, and I used to think I knew what my pop wanted for Christmas. That's why I'm talking about this stuff. In that he took it and kept it because it came from me, not because he needed it or wanted it. So, oh, wait a minute. So he kept this all these years in a drawer because I gave it to him for Christmas one year. Did he ever use it? Maybe once or twice. So was it a useful gift, or was the gift simply a memory? So, so I could say, well, I'd really like this person to have it. And they would might like, oh, that's really nice, but they might not really want it. But if you ask him, you say, would you like to have this? You don't have to, but would you? And they go, well, I don't have room. Okay, thank you. Know anybody that does? Well, I got a friend of mine, they're really into doing this thing and they could use it. Okay, thumbs up. But if we think someone wants it, Did we ask them? Well, I consulted my mental telepathy, and sometimes I have been right, but there's been a lot of times I was wrong. Well, I know what they want. Not a clue. Not a clue. I assumed that I knew what they want. I was so arrogant and so narcissistic in my own belief that I knew what that person wanted, like my dad. But the only reason he wanted it was because it was a keepsake and that I gave it to him. Any other value? Not really. Interesting. Just saying. So what we think is good, let's ask the other side and let's be honest with ourselves and with the other side, whoever that other side is. Well, I want this for the universe. Yeah, but does the universe want it back? Now, peace. Here's the thing. There's always going to be a negative force in the universe. It's the yin and yang of the universe. So, but could we have less violence and a little bit more peace? Could we have a little bit more common sense? Is it all going to be roses and fun? No, because then that wouldn't be the balance in the universe. So we have to understand there is yin and yang in this. But can we control how bad the yin or the yang is? We can be so happy to be ecstatic that we can lose our footing and fall into the crocodile pit. You know what I'm saying? So, or not happy enough and always worry about nothing but the crocodiles and miss all the fun. But anyway, so many different sides, but the bottom line in all this, I believe, is being honest, being truthful to ourselves, and asking the other person, hey, I thought about this. What do you think? Well, I don't know. Rather than, ooh, I got this for you, and they go, holy shit, what am I going to do with another one of these? But they take it because they want to be polite. And you turn your back and they throw it out the back door or give it to a friend or repurpose it, right? Which that's okay too, but they could have been honest at the beginning and said, I don't really need this, you know. Thank you for the gift, but I don't really need this. You could give this to somebody else. What I really need is a new iron. My iron went out. But you gave me a coffee pot instead, and I got 3 of them. But I'll put it under the counter, and when my other 2 blow up, I'll use this one. But thank you. It's the thought that counts, right? So, but is our thoughts what the other folks are thinking? So, question is, do we open our big mouths and discuss it? That's why I'm here, because I got a big mouth and we can discuss these things. But in talking back and forth with Be Myself and I, have these conversations, go, well, this is really what I want, but is the universe and I say the universe like, and I'm still using my house and land as in my example. If my family don't want it, then what I want for the universe is not really what the universe wants back. So after many years of cogitating this, I understand this different level now. And I'm grateful and thankful that I understand this higher level of thought. And it isn't through some entity, it's through myself and asking the question and being honest, because I kept coming up with excuses. Here's a person that wants to take over my place if something should happen to me, versus all of the family members I think should get it who don't give a crap. So, now wait, give it to those who want it and those who will respect it and honor it in their own way, but they will honor it, versus they don't give a crap. But I had to be honest with myself versus everybody else. Wait a minute. What I want out of this deal is not what the universe wants. Oh. Sort of like I was forcing the issue. Take this deal or not, let's make a deal. You want it? Yes or no? Door number 1, door number 2, or the pit over there in the corner with the crocodiles. Just saying. But, if other folks aren't, I realize that I've been trying to force my opinion on the universe. And it just doesn't work. Isn't going to work. Ding, 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 ding. New higher level of thought. Ding, ding, ding. A new higher level of spiritual. Oh, I get this. How about that? So I'm a happy camper, regardless of the crap. you know, I'm a happy camper. I got to play frisbee with two young children, that are 1/20th my age or something. So best like that. I got to be a kid again. I felt like I was 50. Hey Barry Chat, how are you? 65 Starlight, you might get that, I feel 50 again. Whoa, but anyway, any older folks out there, if you're 50, then I feel like 35 again. You know what I mean? I'm not a kid, but I don't think I will ever actually grow up. But anyway, I've been yakking for 2 hours and 35 minutes. Holy crap. And I didn't think I had anything to say. I hope I haven't repeated myself much, but there's so much that is to be thankful for, while going through the garbage. It is our attitude. And to the folks, and it may be some of you out there, but I'm thinking more of folks that I know and personally met. So not that I haven't met some of you personally, but you got to have confidence and with your own spirit self and build up to it. But have faith that it will come. Have faith that if you listen and are patient and don't go off on a tangent, and what I want from the universe is the truth. So, and still using my house as an example, I tried to make what I thought was truthful part of the universe. Doesn't work. So we have to be aware of that. Well, my intention is still good. I wanted to leave the place to somebody who could possibly use it, but my train of thought as to who it should be, not in the picture, right? Could change, but at the moment, not in the picture. So do we worry about trying to change the universe to what we think it should be? Or do we accept the truth and go, wait a minute, the universe is telling me that there's another family out there. There are other people. There are other entities. There are other things versus what I want to happen or wish would happen. Wishful thinking has only gotten me 20 years of worry. I ain't worried no more. Dun, da, da, da. Done deal. Now could things change? Yes, but the thing is I'm not worried about it anymore because I have realized I was trying to force the universe to compel to my wishes, and it's just not going to happen. So going back an hour and a half when I was talking about those folks who do spell casting and this thing and that thing to try to get the universe to move in the what they want, it may not be what the universe wants it to be. So, and in that you would be forcing someone to, be uncomfortable. If I tried to force my daughter, you're going to take the property, right? Well, yeah, okay, pops. When she's lying through her teeth, right? Or my son, he don't want it. So it's an inconvenience. So, but, so I'm going to force my issue to make them feel uncomfortable, which guess what? That's producing harm. It's going to produce guilt, whatever, So if I don't do it and just say, well, here it is, but I'm got this other thing over here that's seemed to be working out, and they be blah blah, and so all this other stuff doesn't really matter because I was trying to force the universe to comply to what I thought was right. It doesn't work. Now, it may be that at times it does work, but over these last 20, 25 years, my wish ain't gonna happen. It could change. And I haven't given up, but the emotion that I had for it, You know, it's an odd thing to look at yourself in the mirror and go, you know, Dave, Hawkeye, look at me seriously in the mirror. You were trying to force an issue, weren't you? No, I wasn't. I just wanted to. Hawkeye, look at me in the mirror, eye to eye. Son of a bitch. I was, wasn't I? Trying to force an issue, trying to force my will on somebody else, trying to put someone into it, even though my intentions are good to leave them property and land and stuff. But if they don't want it, then that's my will I'm trying to force against the universe. Let's try to pick a path of least resistance. This person wants it. This person sees the value. This person wants, oh. So there's no resistance in the universe. It's flowing more natural. Oh, had to look in the mirror though. Had to be honest with myself. Well, I want this and I want that and I want that. Okay, but look at yourself in the mirror and go, but is it really what the universe might want at the moment? Or is it you want to impose your will so strongly and that you're going to make it happen, regardless of whether or not it's good? You think it's good for you, but is it, you know, you have to look at the bigger picture, you know? You have to look at the bigger picture. So, you have children, you're blessed, and all of us do. They may not let you down, but not wanting what you wanted. But yep, you got it. Lesson there. Yep. And the thing is, though, 65 Starlight. Oh, hey, Christy Schaefer. I'm blessed with children, but you know, trying to force them to think my way is just the absolute wrong thing. But there are other children in this universe who are not related by blood, who mean just as much or more. And that's my lesson here. What's my email? DWNull, NULL, lowercase 52 at gmail.com. And somewhere up there, Teresa has put it. Oh, she did. It's right there. Yep, love is love. But see, I've always wanted my family to love me, and not necessarily like holding the property over them, but I honestly can't take it with me. So I wish this for you all, but if y'all ain't interested, then there must be another family out there in the universe. Yeah, family is not always love. Blood family. That's my lesson in this. It's that blood is not, you know, blood family is not necessarily family. So sweat equity is what it was referred to as in something I was watching. In other words, so other people become your family through their caring, through their loving, through sweat equity. In other words, they put forth something, and out of it, you get a friendship, you get a bond, you get a closeness, and that means as much or more than blood relations. Christy, you says, apparently I'm red flagged. There's nobody that has a wrench. So if you're red flagged, it ain't me. It's the system. And no one, you know, I've tried to give the key, and if anybody had one, not just anyone, but Teresa and Michelle would have a wrench, but nobody's got a wrench. So if you're red flag, there's something else going on. It ain't me. It's not anyone in this chat room that's red flagging you, because nobody has the ability to red flag you, Miss Christie. Just saying, okay? Yes, 65, it is a painful truth. But at the same time, the pain is gone now. It was painful before now, and it's not painful anymore. That's the lesson I'm learning. I have learned, and I'm elated over it, you know? Only wrenches and the host can post links and emails. No, you can post an email. It's, you know, what you call it did it, but nobody's got a wrench, I can assure you. So if anything is red flagging you, wait, Katniss, sorry, wrong person. But if there's anybody that's getting any flags, it ain't from any of us. Just saying, because nobody's got the right to do it, or the wrenchy thing. So, hey, SD Montfort, hola peeps, back to you, huh? How are you this fine day, or evening, or morning? Actually, it's morning time, ain't it? So yeah, I don't want to make this. Yeah, Teresa puts my email in the chat at least once a show. Good morning, Katniss. Um, I love you too, Mossy man. It's good that y'all hang out and come. Barry Chad, YouTube can keep a post out. Yeah, but it ain't me. It's not on this end. I'm, honestly. Number one, I don't know how I would do it. I have lost certain abilities in my brain, and some of this stuff is too technical. Um, I got you, Christy. No problem. But I'm just making sure that you understand it ain't from any of us. We love you. But yeah, there's been a couple of people who called me and said, I'm not getting your notifications or anything. And I'm like, I send them out, and tonight I was tried to do it 2 hours early so we'd get out there and anybody that wanted to hang out with us and participate could, rather than just show it up, with 2 minutes notice kind of thing. But yeah, where are you at, Katniss? What part of the world where it's foggy and freezing? It's going to be cold here in a couple of days down here in South Georgia. 31 is chilly for us. Oh yeah, UK. Gotcha. Yeah. But aren't you UK folks, you Englanders, and I mean that with respect, aren't you kind of used to the fog? I don't know. They always say Londoners and folks and blah, blah, blah. 65 says, I guess we have to understand shadow, and we all are doing our inner work to learn. Absolutely. Whoa, Katniss, can barely see in front of you. Wow, we used to have heavy fog down here. We haven't had any heavy fog like that in a while. Just saying. It's been so mild until this morning. Yeah, we've got some weather changes. And earlier, Katniss, I described that, we are in an earth wobble again because the moon moved up in the sky 40 degrees in 5 days. So it's like there's some really, strange planetary stuff going on as well. And if the earth wobbles 40 degrees in a couple of days, it's going to change the weather patterns. So if we roll further north, it's going to get colder. Of Plato's Cave? That's a new one, Michelle, for me. Very red sky, says Katniss. And it's good to see y'all in here. I mean it. I'm honored and blessed that y'all show up and participate. I'm glad that you participate with each other. That's the biggest thing. And that we as a collective are here to give each other a cosmic hug. And you see it there in Holland too. You're from Holland. Oh my goodness. Absolutely. That's great. That's one of those places I had always wanted to visit, just saying. Oh God. Oh God. I'm sorry. You'll email me a link. Thank you, Michelle. This is a really bad joke, but it reminds me of the flowers in Holland. Okay, so what's better than roses on a piano, tulips on an organ. Pause. Anyway, bad joke, bad joke. But anyway, the tulips got me. So um, I heard that years ago. It makes me giggle every time. But anyway, grown, yes, grown. Oh, yep. But people go, "What's wrong with tulips on an organ?" Never mind. Just drop it. Strange noise like an airplane, but never airplane. Very eerie out. You know, I live in South Georgia here in the USA, and I live between two Air Force bases, actually, a couple of them. But, you know, for those of you who might know what an albatross is, the airplanes where their wings go up this way and they fly like a helicopter. Yeah, very great greenhouse technology. Absolutely. And growing things and stuff. Yeah, and they know a lot about wind and the ocean and things like that. Um, SD, isn't it? Y'all have a dike that's like so high and you're below sea level. I think about that and I go, y'all are brave as hell because I just don't know if I could just know that there's the ocean and I'm below it down here on the. I just. Oh, it's a mess, and the farmers are angry. See, now it's nice to hear another person's point of view that's on the ground, you know? It sounds like you're next to a motorway or a train track, and I'm not. Yeah, Holland's made under sea level. That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. But anyway, yeah, I just have, you know, I lived below a dam years ago, and I was like, if the dam ever broke, blah, blah, blah. But to the point, though, I just got to say, y'all have got huevos cojones to live below sea level like that. My hat's off to you, you know, just say it. Mentioned wobble, my battery died. You know, I should have known, been a wobble. I'm on here at silly o'clock again. It's like 5:50 a.m. Holy crap. Oh, you're over there too, ain't you, Starlight? I forgot. It's great. It's great to be here with you all in the morning and me. Well, it's still morning here, but um, I was tempted the other night to get on at 4 in the morning just for folks overseas, you know, and for some of you late nighters like Michelle, who seems to be always on. The Osprey, maybe I am, Barry. I was thinking, but yeah, you're probably right. But anyway, they've been going back and forth, and you know, I've seen them, but you know, for them to be like flying like 10 miles south of me at really low kind of treetop level is like what, you know. We get a lot of helicopter groups coming from Fort Rucker over in Alabama over to the um, not MacDill. Oh crap, Moody Air Force Base over near. You take time. It really is 65, and to hang out with y'all, SD and Katniss and all y'all folk from over the place. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out, Barry. I think you're right about the Osprey. I was thinking about did I say albatross earlier? Anyway. Oh, you're hoping for a Thanksgiving card read tonight. Hint, hint, hint. Oh yeah, like I knew an hour ago that you all were. Okay. I wasn't gonna. I just because I wasn't gonna. But since y'all are here and hanging out, and we got, you know, folks that are up early in the morning that don't normally hang out with us live, I'm shuffling cards. Well, why not? Right? 65. I got you. I'm shuffling. I'm shuffling. And like I mentioned 2 hours ago, earlier on in this video, I'm going to have a separate video about cards and reading. And there are some warnings I'd like to put out for people, and also maybe some hints and tips. So some of it's going to be probably negative to some folk, but they need to be aware of certain things. And if they're not, and they're just taking everybody else's word for it, like, for example, tarot cards. I have had issues with tarot cards for a long time. And it's because there is an attachment with under otherworldly kind of connections. And some people might say, but you're using animal cards. Okay. The animal cards represent um, the ancients and many years of um, of knowledge through native tribes all around, of what the animals have said and what they mean and certain things like that. So in that, it's not created. It's a representation of natural things. But tarot, to me, is a manufactured, using the hangman and using the death and using those aren't necessarily like in the natural order of things. And I know people, so what's wrong with it? Well, because they're not attached to natural things. The animals speak, exactly. Animal mess, yep, nature connections. So, and I'm as honest with y'all as I can possibly be. Sometimes a little too honest, but in this understanding of card readings, there are some times I honestly don't know what I'm doing. In that I'm allowing my fingers and the spirits to say, grab this card, and so this is trust in myself, confidence, and sometimes I pull two cards but both cards are times when, holy crap, both of them meant something. So I'm like, I can't decide which card. And then I find out that I pulled them both for a reason. So, I consider myself still learning. And I think that for every day that I do a card reading or something like that, I'm still learning because I'm still trying to make sure that connection is there. I'm still, it's not that I worry about whether or not I pull the right cards, but I'm concerned in that my prayer is that I'm humble enough to be able to read the cards the way they're supposed to be. So there's a tiny bit of worry, but it's not really worry. It's just I want to get it right. That's the bottom line. I don't want to just pick a card and go, oh, here you go, everybody. Yep. Hey, Sarah. You left for a while and came back. I see you. Michelle, we never cease to learn. Yes, that's the way I look at it. 65 says, sounds good. I've tarot, but I don't use them, but I do like oracle cards, but each to their own. Animal cards resonate. Yep. I just want to warn folks that, just because somebody else uses cards and they think they're cool, you have to wonder who created the cards and what was their intent. And to them, their intent is good, but their intent and my intent may not be, or your intent may not be the same. So we just have to simply be aware of it. And that um, if it resonates with you and they work, okay, I'm not trying, but there are some people that say, whoa, I want to learn tarot, but that might not be what they need to learn. Just saying. Anyway, so didn't want to get too much into that. So now, do we have a subject for this morning? Is somebody out there need a card? Speak up or forever hold your peace. Okay. A general. Okay, spirits, tell me what you want to yak about tonight. All right, so I've cut the cards, and a couple of these top cards right here are maybe not this one. Actually, there's a couple here in a row that seem to want to be okay. I'm going to go for it. Oh, okay. Hawk, number 2 on the list. Whoa, we sort of know what Hawk is about. Keeping an eye on the broader things. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, of all these cards, let me feel around again. They really want me to pull this card too, so I am. Dolphin. Upside down. All right. I'm shuffling through the cards. Well, you can't see them. Anyway, they're down here. And somebody said they want one, so I'm just saying, allowing my fingers to do the talking. Yeah, Michelle, but you know I always read both, but I flipped it when maybe I shouldn't have, versus just turn it over. So, but I always read the contrary. This one wants to be just flipped, and it's butterfly. Did somebody use butterfly earlier, just up here for a minute ago? Okay, so we've got hawk, dolphin, and I don't remember pulling the butterfly card anytime recently either. Dragonfly several times. They're making me shuffle again. They want me to pick another card, whoever they are. And so okay, so I'm going to do a 4-card spread at the moment. Hey, Robert. Now, here's something interesting. I looked at the bottom of the deck when I first shuffled. And so I was like, oh, that's interesting. And it was whale. Okay. So I shuffled the cards, scrunched them up, shuffled them again. Guess what I pulled? The whale card. So I was almost going to accept the whale card when I first saw it 5 minutes ago. And I said, nah, but then I reshuffled. They said, pick another card. Guess what? Whale. Interesting. So we've got 2 mammals in this. And we've got 2, well, hawk is a bird, but butterfly flies as well. So we've got insect, but we've got flying involved. So we've got water and we've got flight. Interesting. So the first one I pulled was hawk. Now, I've read about hawk before, and the general of hawk is that hawk looks at the overview. Now, I'm going to read hawk, but it's going to be last in this. Right now, I'm going to read dolphin. Okay. Now, the numbers, dolphin is 40 and whale is 41. And they were not in the same place in the deck, I can assure you, because I reshuffled the deck and ended up with whale anyway, which is interesting in and of itself. So number 40 is dolphin. This is interesting, y'all. Let me get something. I got to switch glasses too. See, now I know you all say that you trust my card readings, and it's like I could pull any card and we could try to make it fit what we want it to, but you all are the ones that make the card readings true. not me. I pick them, yeah, but you guys are the ones that determine whether or not the message is any good. You know what I mean? So it might mean something to me, but it has to mean something to you. All right, dolphin, manna. Dolphin, breathe with me. Breathe of the divine, manna of the universe. In oneness we entwine. Dolphin speaks to us of the breath of life, the only thing that humans cannot go without for more than a few minutes. We can live without water and food for days, but oxygen is the source of our sustenance. Within the breath, we encounter the rhythm of energy that all life emits. In changing the rate or rhythmic texture of our breath, we can tap into any other life form or creature. This is a very easy way to connect with the divine energy coming from Great Spirit, as well as with your own personal rhythms. Dolphin is the keeper of the sacred breath of life and teaches us how to release emotions through the dolphin breath. Dolphin creates rhythm, swimming through the water and breathing before submerging, then holding its breath for the duration of underwater travel. As dolphin comes above water again, it blows its breath out in a manner resembling the popping of a cork. We can use this same technique to pull the stopper on our tensions and create total relaxation. This is a good exercise for us to use before entering the silence. Mana is life force. Mana is present in every atom and is Great Spirit's essence. Dolphin teaches us how to use life mana through our breath. It revitalizes each cell and organ and breaks the limits and dimensions of physical reality so that we may enter the dream time. Dolphin was traveling the oceans one day as Grandmother Moon was weaving the patterns of the tides. Grandmother Moon asked Dolphin to learn her rhythms so that he could open his female side to her silvery light. Dolphin began to swim to the rhythm of her tide, weaving and learned to breathe in a new way. As Dolphin continued to use this new rhythm, he entered the dream time. This reality was a new and different place for the seas that he had known. Dolphin came to discover underwater cities in the dream time and was given the gift of the primordial tongue. This new language was the sound language that was brought by Spider from the great star nation. Dolphin learned that all communication was pattern and rhythm because they use clicks and stuff, right? And that the new aspect of communication was sound. He carries this original pattern to this day. They say that whales and dolphins have the original language, right? Anyway, Dolphin returned to the ocean of the Great Mother and was very sad until Whale came by. What's the next card I'm going to read? Whale. And told Dolphin that he could return to be a messenger to the Dreamtime dwellers anytime he felt the rhythm and used the breath. Dolphin was given a new job. He became the carrier of messages of our progress. The Dreamtime dwellers were curious about the children of the earth and wanted us to grow to be at one with the Great Spirit. Dolphin was to be the link. If Dolphin has appeared to you today, frothing through the waves in your spread, you are to be a link to some solution for the children of the earth. Interesting. This can be a time when you are to link with Great Spirit and bring answers to your own questions or to those of others. In addition, this can mean a time of communication with the rhythms of nature. and the patterns of the energy being fed to you from the creator. Intimate dolphin and ride, oh, imitate dolphin and ride the waves of laughter, spreading joy to the world. Breathe and experience the manna so freely given. Break existing barriers and connect to the dream time or great star nation. Know that we are all whole in the eyes of the everlasting one. Now the contrary, dolphin was upside down, but I'm not sure that I did that on purpose. Anyway, if dolphin appears reversed, know that you are forgetting to breathe. And that could, maybe it was supposed to be upside down. You may be under stress, we are, and your body may need manna. You may be starving your cells and organs, no matter how many vitamins you are taking. Your natural cycles may be fouling up. Pay close attention to your health and your feelings. If you are on the edge or just tense, take time to relax and breathe the life force into your muscles. Focus on releasing old breath at the bottom of your lungs and refilling your respiratory system with regenerative manna. Breathe from the diaphragm and fill the lungs to capacity. Then exhale from the chest to the belly, allowing your body to totally relax as you breathe out. Another message of contrary dolphin is that many signals are carried through the universal tides or waves. Waves of energy, anyone? And you may be failing to use your sonar. To detect these wave patterns, you may need to realign yourself with natural rhythms within your own body. Then it is necessary to use the dolphin breath to connect to universal awarenesses and signals. Dolphin says to dive deeply into the water, to play by the coral reefs, and to discover the beauty of the rhythms of breath. Now, what are we all having issues with here lately? Let's put a mask on to restrict our breathing. So, is this upside down dolphin just for me or you? But I asked just before I started picking cards to let's give a general message. You know, if I can't think of any particular thing, then let's give a general message. So, the general message to me is, well, all of this about dolphin and discover the breath and breathing and learning how to control your breath is really important, you know, because those shamans and monks and so forth who can, you know, shut their breathing down, you know, to just a few, you know, heartbeats a minute, you know, very interesting and very true. But this upside down, how many of us are really breathing truly? And the manna of, you know, of the universe, for those of us who have, you know, at least understood what a breatharian is, if you understand that within every breath, there is enough energy to propel us through the universe kind of thing. So everything that we need is in the air that we breathe if we believed it could sustain us. So in this dolphin issue thing, it is there. And breathing and the rhythms of the moon. I was just talking about that. And I'm fixing to read whale, but the fact that whale came up in the dolphin reading. Next, whale, record keeper. So now we have, let's learn to breathe and be able to take in the manna that's always present, mind you. It's always there. The healing, the knowledge, and the wisdom from the universe. That is the breath, right? Whale. Of mighty oceans, you have seen it all. Secrets of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. Now, in the dolphin, it was the communication, right? Dolphins learned to communicate, and whale came by and said, "You're the messenger." So in this, dolphin is the messenger, but whale is the record keeper. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales move into the ocean. Whales move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the ocean. All of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland, Mu, and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west, beyond the great waters. The symbols in the petroglyphs speak of the rivers and mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whales saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, which is North America, and has kept the records and knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite, have in italics, will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. Now, I was talking about that earlier when, we have to understand that a lizard is a lizard and we don't have to, like them. We don't have to, but all lizards aren't bad. Crocodiles are lizards and so are alligators. But alligators very rarely eat people, where crocodiles love people to eat. So anyway, but we have to learn to honor all ways and all races in order to survive. Doesn't mean we have to like it, but we do have to honor what somebody else believes. Whale medicine people are coded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies, back to the dolphin too, can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. So, those folks who, so your tone of voice, that note can resonate, and that note can be that link to the higher self. Okay, while medicine people, these folks are usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and very high frequencies. I think I sort of fall into that category, just personally speaking, but they are usually also physically developed and fairly telepathic. I don't know about that for me, but anyway. They are usually also physically developed, and many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use those stored records. Many whale medicine people are able to tap into the universal mind of the Great Spirit and have no idea how or why they know what they know. I feel that way sometimes, and maybe you do too, but that's tapping into the higher self, right? So each of us has whale medicine if we choose to acknowledge it. Only later, when they receive confirmation, I talked about that earlier too, confirmation with your spirit, do they begin to understand how they know or why they receive the impressions. Whale medicine teaches us that the sounds and frequencies that balance our emotional bodies and heal our physical forms. To recall why the shaman's drum brings healing and peace is to align with whale's medicine. The drum is the universal heartbeat and aligns with all beings heart to heart. Before the advent of speech and the primordial language, hand signs were used, and many tribes were silent most of the time. The language that was understood was the sounds of great spirits, other creatures, the animals. So, speaking about cards and stuff, the great spirits, other creatures, are the animals. Those are the messengers. Anyway, versus artificial cards. Just saying. If you pulled the whale card, you are being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language. We are the only creatures who do not have our own unique cry or call. Find yours. Allow your voice to use this sound to release tension or emotion. Maybe it's a scream. Maybe it's a maybe it's whatever. Wail signals a time of finding your origins, of seeing your overall destiny as coded in your DNA, and of finding the sounds that will release those records to you. You may never be the same again. After all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of the other creatures. In using your voice to open your memory, you are expressing your uniqueness and your personal sound. As you open to this uniqueness, the animals that are your 9 totems may then send their sounds or calls to you or through you. This will open your personal records so that you may further explore your soul's history and commune with Wail, who carries the history of us all. So, and I've mentioned this before, but there are folks who are talking about tapping into the Akashic record. Well, my Akashic record and your Akashic record is not the same. So someone reads from the Akashic record, it doesn't resonate with me because it's not mine. It's theirs. So be careful when somebody says, well, the Akashic record, whose? It ain't mine because you're reading yours. You're tapping into this record, but it doesn't mean that all of us fit that, that thing. It doesn't, but in this, I tapped into the Akashic record and this is how it should be for all of us. Not true. We each have our own. Fitting card. We are love. Yes. And Christy, Jesus said, don't help capable man, which only leaves protecting biological planet while building it for, open the throat chakra. Yes. Yeah. Not one size fits all. It's basically, Wail is telling you that you've got your own personal song. That is that Akashic record. But my point is that there are those out there who are read from the Akashic record and that it applies to all. And that's just not the truth, It applies to them, but not necessarily to you and me. There could be truths in those, but anyway. Contrary. Now, Wail is right side up, but anyway, if Wail has beached itself in your cards, the contrary medicine implies that you are not following your sonar or homing device. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers you need to survive, to grow, and to claim the power of your chosen destiny. Now, here's something. To claim the power of your chosen destiny. Now, how many people talk about soul contracts? Well, my soul contract. What if it's your chosen destiny? Well, it's a soul contract. I made this Wait a minute. What if it's your chosen destiny versus a contract? There are different ways to look at, well, why am I here and what's the deal? And, this soul contract and I want to get out of it. And what if it's your chosen destiny and you're lying to yourself and you refuse to choose your destiny? Yeah, but it sucks. Well, what did Jesus? You think he really liked what happened to him? But it was his chosen destiny. Just saying. It may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and cannot get to your personal records. There is that going on these days. If so, you may need to use the other sounds to enter the silence. And in the silent are all the answers to the questions that have already been asked. The dream or rattle, the Indian flute, or the sounds of nature may help you to focus. The call of whale is the lullaby of the tides. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. You always hear me talking about the inner tube and floating. You know, lots of parallels here. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truths that will lead to your personal pathway of knowing. Now, we may all have a lot of similarities, but my answers aren't your answers. They could be similar, but your record and my record is not the same. It can't be. My soul has traveled to all these different places and times, and yours has done whatever it's done. So my record, your record, obviously can't be the same. You know, it's just, well, but you know, no, this is a, hang on, folks. We've all had our own life experience. So how can my history be like anybody else's? It's mine, you know, and it's yours, you know. That's one thing we can claim. No one can claim my history because they haven't lived it. Maybe a portion of it, but it's my history. It's your history. We own it. So our past history, same thing. Contrary Whale is saying that you must desire to know. You must seek the whale song within you. In hearing whales call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. And then as you relax into the flow of the song's rhythm, you'll begin to open your unique library of records. It may not come all at once, it may take practice, but if you hold the desire to know close to your heart, it will be whale's gift to you. Look to the great star nation and send gratitude to Sirius for the song of the whale. And we should always give thanks to the universe. Thank you. Okay. Whale, dolphin, both mammals, both breathe air, but both use sound as a communication. One is the communicator and the other is the library of knowledge. Interesting that both these cards pop up at this time. You know, but anyway, now I'm saving Hawk for last because it's the overview of the bigger picture. Butterfly, number 9. Number 9, number 9, number 9. Anybody know what that's from? Sarah, that's great that you won a gold medal in your first competition. That really is. I mean, that Beatles song. Nope. Number 9, number 9, number 9. It was it was from the movie and the event of Woodstock. There was one of the announcers in one of the movies, and he would come up, and for whatever reason, he was doing a mic check, and he would go 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9. Anyway, that's what it's from. Woodstock. Butterfly. And I think I have read this, but anyway, butterfly is transition. Oh, I'm sorry, transformation, which is a transition, but transformation. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light. You have known many forms before you e'er took flight. The power of the butterfly that brings to us is akin to the air. Breathing, dolphin, air, butterfly, interesting. Connections, dots, dots, dots. It is the art of transformation. To use butterfly medicine, you must astutely observe your position in the cycle of self-transformation. Like butterfly, you are always at a certain station in your life's activities. You may be at the egg stage, which is the beginning of all things. This is the stage at which an idea is born, but has not yet become a reality. The larva stage is the point at which you decide to create the idea in the physical world. The cocoon stage involves going within, doing or developing your project, idea, or aspect of personality. The final stage of transformation is the leaving of the chrysalis and birth. This last step involves sharing the colors and joy of your creation with the world. If you look closely at what butterfly is trying to teach, you will realize that it is the never-ending cycle of self-transformation. Now, early on in this video, I was like, I learned another thing, so this idea, butterfly, is a reaffirmation to me in that we're always going through some type of self-transformation, especially if we understand. That's why, always a shaman in training. The way you discern where you are in this cycle is to ask yourself, number one, now this could be for anything. It just doesn't mean just you, but an idea, a place. Anyway, number one, is this the egg stage? Is it just a thought or an idea? Number two, is this the larva stage? Do I need to make a decision? Like me earlier, I said I've sort of made a choice about this business, right? Number three, is this the cocoon stage? Am I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Number four, is this the birth stage? Am I sharing my completed idea? So by asking yourself these questions, you will discover how butterfly is relating to you at this particular moment. When you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what is to do next to continue in the cycle of self-transformation. If you have found the position, if you have found the position through which you are cycling, you will see the creativity of butterfly. Using the air or mental powers of this medicine is done with ease. As an example, if you have been feeling exhausted and have asked how to heal your fatigue, take notice of the colors you have been drawn to recently. Does your body feel better in green? Could this mean that you need to eat more green vegetables? This type of thinking is an inspiration from butterfly medicine. Butterfly can give clarity to your mental process, help you organize the project you are undertaking, and assist you in finding the next step for your personal life or career. The main message to be obtained from drawing the symbol is that you are ready to undergo some type of transformation. To discern what your next move is, use the butterfly spread. Contrary, if you've drawn butterfly reversed, butterfly was up, right side up, by the way, your lesson is a simple one. There is a need for change in your life that you are not recognizing. Now, I would suggest that we are all facing this because we don't know what the next 2 months are going to bring. Just saying. This could be a possible need for freedom, for a vacation, or for a new job. You may believe that change is too difficult, and you may rule it out to preserve the comfort of old habits. Now, that's part of my issue. And I just have to get up and quit, But in ruling out any possibility of change, you are saying that the courage of butterfly has been lost. Why does butterfly represent courage? Because there is a totally different world outside the cocoon where the known realities of the chrysalis are no longer applicable. This new world demands that you use your newfound wings and fly. Okay, so there's a connection with whale, dolphin, and a butterfly, and they all speak of air, breath. And anyway, so that's just interesting in that little bit of correlation. I have read Butterfly before, but it's been a while back. So, and in reading it, I was like, I think I have read this. But now I'm positive I've read Hawk. But to tie these three together, they're saying, you know, number two, Hawk is the messenger. Hawk, messenger of the sky, circle my dreams and teach me the message as we fly. Hawk is akin to Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Hawk medicine teaches you to be observant, to look at your surroundings. Observe the obvious in everything that you do. Life is sending you signals. Life is the initiation. If you've pulled the Hawk card, then right now, a clue about the magic of life is being brought to you. This magic can imbue you with the power to overcome a currently stressful or difficult situation. The test is your ability to observe the nuances of power lurking nearby. Is the power the talent you have and are not using? Are solutions always hard to find because you have lost the broader vision of Hawk? Or is the Great Spirit displaying a gift that you need only to receive? Have the colors of the morning inspire you to create? Or has the gloominess of a present situation left you earthbound, unable to hear the voice within the raindrops splashing on your window? Pay attention. You are only as powerful as your capacity to perceive, receive, and use your abilities. Interesting, because I'm always saying accept and receive, right? What is called for here is an intuitive ability to discern the message carried within the cry of Hawk. The shrillness of Hawk's call pierces the state of unawareness and asks you to seek the truth. I was talking about that earlier. We need to look in the mirror and and be truthful with ourselves. What we want, is it truthfully what the universe wants of us? Just saying. The ancients recognized this magnificent bird of prey as a messenger, bringing tidings to their earth walk, the good red road from the world of the grandfathers and grandmothers who lived before them. If Hawk were to magically cry, it was a sign to be aware or to beware. This could mark the coming of a warring tribe, the birth of a child, or the celebration of counting something. Anyway, Hawk's cry signaled the need for the beholder to heighten awareness and to receive a message. Hawk medicine is a totem that is filled with responsibility because Hawk people see the overall view. Thus my name, right? Hawk is not like Mouse, who sees everything through a magnifying glass. Hawk medicine people are aware of omens, messages from the spirit, and the color of the calling card you gave them 3 months ago. No detail slips by them unnoticed. We may forget, but we would have still noticed it. If Hawk has circled and landed in your card spread, you are to be aware, not beware, but be aware of signals in your life. So notice and receive them. Here we go with receive, right? Hawk may be teaching you to grab an opportunity which is coming your way. On the other hand, Hawk may be bringing you the message that you should circle over your life and examine it from a higher perspective. From this vantage point, you may be able to discern the hazards which bar you from freedom of flight. Remember, Hawk has a keen eye and a bold heart, for Hawk flies close to the light of grandfather sun. Now, Hawk, only one card was upside down, and that was Dolphin. So Hawk was right side up, but I read the contrary. If you have drawn Hawk reversed, it may be because you have shut down your powers of observation on some level. If something in your life has become too painful to feel, too unbelievable to hear, or too dark to see, it is time to examine the point at which you chose to let yourself become emotionally involved and to no longer be the observer. When you allow your emotions to override your perception, the message from Hawk cannot penetrate the chaos and confusion. Now, you know I talk about the chaos and confusion all the time. So, when that's all we can hear, we can't hear any other messages. Point taken. At this point, you are asked to be mindful of the honest observer's neutral position. You know I talk about that all the time, which allows the message to be intuitively and clearly understood without emotion coloring its true meaning. Emotional coloring is a tendency of Hawk medicine people when they are off balance. And see, I talked about that a little bit today about my dilemma with my property, things, stuff, family. But so, in a way, that's kept me a little off balance. So, of course, I feel elated because I've looked at the truth of things. Now, their emotions cloud their vision, did me, cloud their vision and lead to a crash landing. The ego can clip the wings and leave Hawk grounded. Also, if Hawk believes that those who cannot fly the same way he or she does, that they have weaker perceptions, then the winged messenger has not understood his or her own medicine. Freedom of flight is a privilege, and being a messenger is an honor. And I do so thank you, spirits, for this honor. The responsibility for deliver of the message is up to you. Take your flight and forget about interpreting the omen your own way. Let the receiver decide what the messenger means. And I said that earlier before I started with the cards. I said, I choose I pick the cards, but it what it means for me and what it means to you. So it means to you whether or not I pick the right cards. That's you decide that, not me. After all, unless it was let me try this again. After all, unless it was sent specifically for you, you would be tampering. Hawk in the contrary position teaches you, number one, to open up to the powers of observation. Number two, not to tell others how to think or behave. I said that earlier. I said, I don't want you to tell you how to think, but I would like to open up your brain to other forms of thought. Number three, to take care of your own emotional baggage before you begin receiving omens, visions, or messages. And this is my caveat, because if you still have emotional baggage, then you will misinterpret the messages. And until I got rid of emotional baggage, I couldn't hear the messages right. I couldn't have pulled, these cards right at all. Anyway, number four, to remember that all gifts are equal in the eyes of the Great Spirit. All gifts are equal in the eyes of the Great Spirit. So, how about that for 4-card draw and the connection between them? I mean, even with Hawk being the messenger, right? And so is Dolphin. So we have a water-based mammal breathing air that can fly through the water, flight, if you will, and that they all use, the mana of life and breathing. And dolphin is the communicator, and whale communicates, our past lives, and butterfly, are we the egg, the larva, or, the chrysalis, or, are we the butterfly? Have we come out and showed our true colors? And Hawk looks at all of it to keep up with the observation of all those things. But and they're asking me to read this last part again. I want to read it for myself, but I'll read it out loud to y'all. Hawk is the messenger. And to remember that all gifts are equal in the eyes of the Creator. So let's say, for example, someone has a gift to draw. Well, they paint a replica of the Mona Lisa. And then there's me, and I draw a stick figure and color it blue on the arms and give it big hands and color them, purple or something. And I give it green hair. And so with my talent, I can't paint like Picasso or Rembrandt or whoever, right? So but my creation is a stick figure with, hair and a couple of eyeballs, the basic. But in the eyes of the Creator, both are equal because they were created from the heart. So it doesn't matter necessarily how good you are at your talent, but what you create, those things are all equal in the eyes of the Creator. And a lot of us, well, let me yank that when I said a lot of them, some of those people, like the Catholics, they're arrogant sons of bitches. Sorry, but they even say that the Catholic Church is the one and only true church. And if y'all don't believe in the Catholic Church, y'all going to hell. That's what they firmly, absolutely believe. So in that, who wants to be a Catholic? Because everybody else is going to get excluded. So in my point of view, nope, sorry. That's arrogant and nope, that ain't it, So to the Catholics, only their prayer counts to God. And all other prayers are not counted. They're lesser, So, but in the native traditions, all are equal in the eyes of the Creator, of the Great Spirit. Vast differences, Well, you didn't pay enough to the church. 65. What a reading tonight. Thank you, Spirit, for your reminders. And you're welcome, Starlight, for my time and connection. Always a blessing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, okay, now I'm reading y'all's comments. Excellent. Okay, see, for you all, they were right on. And I can only pull the cards, but what they mean is up to you. I think that's great. Christy, unite and build for all. I got some tools, a broom. Yep. You're welcome, Sarah, Teresa, Estee, ST65, always. I'm scrolling back up. Maybe when we put Hawkeye's email address in chat, it's held for review and doesn't get approved or released. That's interesting. Let me put it in there and see if it's held or released. Since it's me, right? Okay, I'm going to fake them out. I put DWNull52 at. There's no, so part 2. I know I should be able to, but there's we all know there's weirdness going on. And that's why I say, thank you, Bob, to the AI, and thank you, YouTube, for listening and allowing us to participate. We love you. Thank you so much. But we do know there's some shenanigans going on. So whatever it is, we'll just say, okie dokie, and we'll get along with it, right? Because how much good does it do us to bitch about it? And you know me, I used to bitch about it all the time. It really doesn't do any good. So, my friends, I thank you for allowing me to read the cards and to choose them for you. But I saw several parallels for myself, And sometimes, and I even said so that, there are times when I get a little lazy and complain my back hurts too much, but at the same time, my back's going to hurt whether I go out and walk around or go out and play with the grandkids or go out and play frisbee with the neighbors. It doesn't matter. But at the end of it, if I'm going to just sit still and worry about hurting all the time, then I would not have had the joy of walking in the woods today with my friend who'd never been back in the woods to certain places, and the sharing, of the grandkids and playing frisbee in the yard, and the joy that it brought them and me. So, but you got to get up. You have to participate. Having an idea is just in the egg stage. Well, I had an idea. What are you going to do with it? So I had an idea that I'm going to participate in the world. Okay, fine. Well, that's just it. If I don't act on it, it don't get done. So in doing videos with y'all, there are times when I just honestly, I look up and go, you want me to do a video for real? But I don't know what I'm supposed to do it. And you all tell me, thank you for being here. And so, and I thank you for being here, because when I'm listening to the spirits and they say, somebody out there needs a good word, Hawkeye. It's my job as the communicator, the messenger. It's my job to observe the bigger picture, even in the spirit realm, when I might not know why I should get online or have a topic or do a discussion. If I trust in my higher self and my spirit guide that says it's 4 o'clock, get up, do a video. And, some of you have been around when I've done that. It's meant something versus me getting up at 4, just going, I think I'll just do a video. I don't know, blah, 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 But so it's always meant something at the end. But had I not acted on those things, I sometimes wonder, am I doing my job correctly, as it were? Am I not necessarily fulfilling my soul contract? But what about my absolute spiritual destiny? Now, I get that. So my destiny, which I tried to ignore for a long time, my destiny is to be this messenger. My destiny is to, be who I am, to trust in the readings of the cards and to put them out there for you all, because it's meant for you. I could sit here and do card readings all day long to myself, but, I do them for you all because you ask and because I think it's necessary. Let's see how the cards turn out this time. Let's see what the message is, whether or not I'm right or wrong, but did my fingers choose the right cards for the message that needs to be said? So I'm still learning. Will always be learning, because I understand that I will be in a continuous transformation of spirit. Because for every place that you reach, when you understand it, when I talked about plateaus early on 2.5 hours ago or more, when I realized that this transformation is an ongoing thing, we don't just transform and that's it. We transform so that we can learn, and the next transformation. I mean, it's like butterfly. Some of us wake up and go, oh, holy shit, I'm an egg. And then later on, we can look at our life and go, holy crap, I'm a larva. Now I'm a chrysalis. And now, son of a bitch, I got wings. I can fly. I'm a butterfly. So, and it may mean that not your entire life, but portions of your life, you have, you want to play music, for example. So the egg is that, man, I'd like to learn how to play the piano. The next thing is somebody offers you, or you learn how to play or something, and you go, ooh. So then you start practicing, and then you do your first little mini concert to somebody and play music for them. So, that's just, so it may not be your entire life, but segments of your life that are the butterfly. Like Teresa and I, we've had experience with, with theater, community theater, whatever. And, maybe some of you have too, but it starts out with an idea to do a play. Then you get other people together, and then you start working on the props and the this and the that. And then you get the stage ready, and then you build the set, and then you have opening night, and it's a butterfly. Well, sometimes it's a flop, but you're praying for a butterfly. Now, it may be that that butterfly is a moth with just brown colors, but at any rate, regardless of the colors of the butterfly, when a play is produced, done in an opening night, regardless of how good it is, the butterfly has emerged. It could be multicolored, beautiful, 10 plus on the, 5-star rating, or it could suck and, it gets a 1. But regardless, it still becomes a butterfly. It still is born in that sense. So whether or not our idea turns into this beautiful monarch butterfly, or whether it comes out as a common brown moth, which is still in the butterfly category. So you go, So we look at things like hawk, and to discern, well, maybe my whole life isn't going through this, but maybe a portion of your life is. And that's just as important, because if you started out with an idea and it starts to come to fruition, and that part of your life turns into this beautiful butterfly, that affects the rest of your life. That affects other ideas. It gives you confidence. It gives you, awareness to the universe that, wow, I had this idea, and it turned out to be a moth, but next time I do this, I'm gonna shoot for butterfly. I'm gonna shoot for a monarch. I'm gonna shoot for lots of colors. So, we start out, everything still starts out as an idea. Our breath, how we breathe. Now, I've talked about this before, and we did it before I did that meditation before, about how you breathe into the count of 4, not quickly, but you breathe into the count of 4, hold it for the count of 3, 4, 5, 6. It depends. As you get better at this, if you hold it to the count of at least 4, and then move it up to 6 as you get better at this, and then you exhale to the count of 6. So 4 in, hold for 4, release to 6. So it's going to take you, if you breathe in for 4, it's hard to breathe out to the count of 6. And it's just 1, 2, it's not seconds, it's your count. So it's 1, 2, 3, and you count in your head. But so you breathe in down to your diaphragm, as folks who've been in chorus. So you breathe in from your diaphragm, fill up your lungs, hold it for the count of 4, and then slowly release it to the count of 6. It's hard to do, but you will regulate your breathing and your heart rate. You can bring your pulse rate down. I've tried this many, 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 many years ago. And it might be one of the reasons why I'm still here, in that, as far as I know, I don't have any heart disease. But in that you can regulate your system, your body, and you can take control of your heartbeat. And when you listen, when your heart's beating, boom, 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 and then you control your breath, you can feel your heart boom, 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 and it will go into a more calm rhythm back to the sounds of dolphins. So all these things are related tonight. Almost 4 hours, Michelle. Did you get your wish for Thanksgiving? And where's Maverick tonight, by the way? But anyway, would be the other one, 4 more hours. Christy says, Rainbow Tribe are the true guardians of biological planet and her inhabitants. Co-creation. Yep. I'm falling asleep too, by the way. Hopi prophecy. Yep. Energy is high tonight. I feel it too. And I'm glad that I could be here to share it with you, and to, just be here. I continue always to be humble at um, um, of what we get to do here and the sharing. And Katniss is gone. It's almost 7 for her, and it's almost what? It's 2:01 right now, and I got 1 more minute for my 4 hours. And Michelle, you got your wish. But I got to hang out with y'all too. And I'm grateful that when I do these cards that they make a difference. Delaney says, I just posted a great, powerful live on Facebook. Bruce Lee and Jimi Hendrix made an appearance. Cool beans. David Castle. Hey, David, I'm headed out, but greetings and blessings to you. And happy birthday, Jimi Hendrix and Bruce Lee. Yep, happy birthday. And, well, Thanksgiving's over, but oh my God, it's Black Friday. Anyway, I'm not going anywhere for that, but just saying. Thank you, Delaney. Thank you, David Castle. But I'm fixing to, in about another 30 seconds, it's going to be another day. Or anyway, 65 Starlight, it's good to see you in here. And all y'all from the UK and from Holland and Estee and who'd I miss? Oh, and Katniss. Yep. They don't get to hang out and live stream much. So it's really nice that we're here tonight so we could all be together. 4 more hours. I knew you were going to do that, 4 more hours. But anyway, I can't do 4 more hours. I need to go pee. I got to take my meds, and my back really does hurt after playing frisbee with the little ones today. So I got to get up and walk around, and so I'm Duggar's looking at me like I need to go out and pee. He does, but so do I. So we'll go outside and pee together anyway, or separately. But anyway, anyway, it's been 4 hours. All right. Love you, Uncle Hawkeye. Thank you, Delaney. Have a great weekend. You too. Sweet dreams, says Estee. Yeah, instead of ween, we're going to say pee. Hawkeye needs his test. Rest. Oh, thank you. Well, not so much that as I really got to pee and get up and I gotta, love the Duggar too. Yep, I'll give him a hug. He's looking over at me like, what? But so, yeah, I got a wee, which means pee, and that's a ween for all of you folks out there. Cosmic hugs and with butt cramps to boot. Yep, it's more my back, but anyway. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, and the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. Each and every day, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of 3, I continue to pray, and the card said so too. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and wisdom from the universe, and those blessings that come with it, and that you continue to share what you learn, and that you continue to share your friendship and your wisdom with each other. I think that's the biggest blessing that I receive every time I come on here and I do this, but you all and your participation is the blessing. Now, you all say blessings to me because I'm here. We're all together in this, my friends, and that's our participation together in our knowledge and the sharing of the wisdom from the universe. That, well, as Hawkeye, that is I am the messenger in that respect, but take what you learn to heart in your own way. And I'm glad that these cards meant something to you. They always mean something to me. So to all of y'all, Mossy Man, I missed you earlier, but 65, Teresa, Estee, Michelle, as always. And oh, Julianne, back there in the background. Love you too. So thank you for all the hearts and everything. Have a blessed weekend. Be careful if you're going to be out there tomorrow in this Black Friday nonsense. And I'll be back with some other topics that I sort of mentioned tonight in passing. We'll get back to it. Ow, blessings to you. Um, Holbrook. Oh, you're in Arizona. That's what you mean by that. Hey, be safe out there. Julianne, Jules, must man. Okay, blessings, everybody. Take care, be safe, and I'll be with you soon. Okay, keep it together. Stay in your inner tube. Remember, the manna of life is the air that we breathe, and it's available to all of us. Yep. Dolphin. Interesting. First time for dolphin. So, but very interesting. And I think it was spot on. So, Christy, everybody, thank you so much. And as always, TTFN, that's Tata for now from Southwest Georgia. We love you. Keep it between the ditches, as we say down here. Stay warm, stay kind, stay sweet, and be who you really want to be. And also, as Brian is whispering in my ear, be the frequency you wish to receive. Thank you, Brian. Thank you all. Much love, cosmic hugs, and ween.